The program will begin in 5 minutes. Please take your seats. The program will begin momentarily. Please take a moment to silence your cell phones. The program is about to begin.
You have to have visionaries, you have to have people that will think outside of the norm.
We're getting access to viewpoints and to people and to connection that we never, ever would have.
We have to believe change is possible in order to bring it about.
Having integrity in yourself and in your work, that is success.
We are our own leaders. We all are responsible for the change that we want to see.
It's about a broader question of representation, who gets to define how we see the world.
It's the power of sharing and connecting and vulnerability.
How do we intentionally rebuild a sense of community?
Every single person around the world can create a movement.
Please welcome Atlantic Senior Vice President and the General Manager of Atlantic Live, Candace Montgomery.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I am, as they said, General Manager of Atlantic Live, the team that brings the Atlantic's journalism to life virtually and on stages across the country. In partnership with Mississippi Today, it is my pleasure to welcome all of you to today's program. Give yourselves a round of applause. Today's event, State of Our Union, Mississippi, I want to thank you all for joining us. The Deep South is changing, and nowhere is that change more evident than in Mississippi. From shifting demographics to economic development, Mississippi's growing communities are proud, actively engaged hubs for tomorrow. But complexities remain, such as criminal justice reform, educational opportunity, climate change, and more. Today, we will convene local leaders, policymakers, and journalists to discuss the regional issues influencing the national dialogue and highlight the importance of local journalism. Before we get started, I want to thank our underwriter, W.K. Kellogg Foundation, for their support of our journalism today. As we just mentioned, a few housekeeping notes. Please silence your cell phones, but don't put them away. We want you to be a part of the conversation online. When posting on social, you can use the hashtag AtlanticSOOU. Also, for those of us in the room, please leave empty seats next to you, no hats and coats and bags on the chair so we can see for others who need seats. Now, please join me in welcoming Mary Margaret White, CEO of Mississippi Today and our partner in today's program. Welcome, Mary Margaret.
Thank you, Candace. We at Mississippi Today are so proud to be the first ever local newsroom to do a live event with the Atlantic. This is a true testament to the impact of our team at Mississippi Today and to you, our readers and supporters who've stood beside us for the last 7 years. Thank you. Today is going to be an important day in Mississippi for civic dialogue. We've worked hard to put together a program that will make you think, that will offer you new perspectives, and inspire you to come away as what our friend Evan Smith calls your best civic self. An informed public is essential to our democracy, and by being here today, you're showing your commitment to our capital city, to the great state of Mississippi, and to the values we hold as Americans. We at Mississippi Today are proud and humbled to be the messengers that bring you critical information about this place we call home. On behalf of our board of directors and our team of journalists, I welcome you to today's program and thank you for being here.
For a conversation on the state of our state, please welcome Delbert Hosemann, Lieutenant Governor of Mississippi, with Adam Ganeshow, Editor-in-Chief of Mississippi Today.
Hey, Adam. Hello there. We could not be more grateful to you for being here. And that sounds trite. I want everybody here to understand that it's rarer and rarer in Mississippi politics these days to have someone as accessible and open as you have consistently been, not only in the last 4 years as Lieutenant Governor, but your terms as Secretary of State before that. Thank you, sincerely.
Thank you. I'm excited to be here and excited to invite so many people that came here from all over to be and take time to talk about positive Mississippi. Was that better? All right, let's try that.
Yeah. Well, Governor, to start off this conversation, I want to take us back almost 4 years now. I was in your office the first, I think, 3 days after you were sworn in as Lieutenant Governor. We talked about the term to come, the next 4 years, what you wanted to accomplish. I ended that interview, you may remember, with a question that I've thought about a lot. I think a lot of people who have heard it have thought about it a lot over these last few years. I want to set it up the dialogue today with what you said, I think. I want to read your answer. I asked you.
This is always trouble.
I'm sorry. I know it's uncomfortable. I asked you for the many Mississippians, maybe not Republicans, maybe people who have never voted for you. How would you serve them? There were a lot of those people who had hope that you could represent them. This is your answer, and I want to read it word for word if y'all will bear with me for just a minute. Quote, I have a distinct feeling that I have a burden here, a big, heavy weight. My issues, I think, are the ones talked about at the kitchen table. That's on purpose. That's what I wanted to do. Given my experience, my age here, I have an accelerated time frame. I so don't ever want to disappoint so many people who are thinking I can make their lives better. I think if you care about people, you end up feeling like this, and it's a heavy weight for anybody. I will try as hard as I possibly can. I don't want to disappoint anyone. It'll be better than what it is today. 4 years later, is it better than it was then?
Well, I think the answer is still the same, actually. When you look at it, it is a burden. It is better. That the achievements that occurred in the state of Mississippi in the last 4 years were not the result of any one effort. The legislature, the public, we did so many things that y'all are aware of, from giving the opportunity for the public to change its state symbol, to education reform, to paying teachers finally some living wage, to most we've ever spent on water and sewer and infrastructure, and we actually paid off 12% of the state's debt while we cut taxes by $500 million. Now that clearly wasn't the efforts of one person, but it occurred, and I'm really pleased to have had some input into those matters. But what it really does is set the platform. On the burden part, I forgot that I said all that, but it's still accurate.
It stuck with me.
And it stuck with me too. When you think about this, a couple of weeks ago, 500,000 people voted for me to try to help them with their taxes and their education and their future for the state from where we were. And that's something that I take to heart just 24/7. I think it drives you to work as hard as you can, to be as prepared as you can. Not always to be right. Just work as hard as you can and be prepared as you can and be open to everyone's ideas. From that, I think we come up with a better mix. But the burden about having this many people think that you're a nice enough person to have an office in the Capitol still amazes me. I grew up in Vicksburg, and it was a two-lane road over here. And I can remember the first time I ever saw the Capitol. I still remain amazed when I drive up there in my truck and look at the eagle. I just am amazed I got an office there. So we have a weight, and I think that's a driver, and I think it's healthy.
Your openness to hearing ideas you just mentioned. Again, that's another thing that I'd say is rarer in Mississippi politics today than we'd feel comfortable with, maybe. But it's also gotten you in some trouble,
yes.
I think, politically. And I want to talk about that. I want to talk a lot about ideas you have for the next 4 years, since you are in such an important position to solve so many problems we have and bolster some of the gains that we've made. But this past election cycle was tough. The general election, I will point out, you won by the largest margin of any other statewide elected official.
Yeah.
I think almost 75,000 more votes than Governor Tate Reeves. I think that's about right, the math there. But the primary was tough.
Very.
You faced, of course, state senator, conservative mastermind in Mississippi, I guess, Chris McDaniel. It was a rough campaign for you, I think. I mean, he came after you and your sensibilities, kind of what you just talked about, your openness to hearing ideas that may not be traditionally supported by Republicans, conservatives in Mississippi. And I'm curious to hear your thoughts on what was that campaign really like for you? How did that weigh on you, and how did you sort of come out of it feeling about the state of partisan politics in Mississippi?
Well, first of all, we won and he lost.
Yes.
So, and you're right about something, that you're good to pick on that particular part. It was a very difficult campaign for me and my family and everybody else, all kinds of allegations from somebody that had never really gotten a bill passed, never showed up for work.
It was nasty. I mean, if y'all didn't follow it, it was personal, and
it was difficult.
It was in the mud.
But that all said, Mississippians had a choice in the Republican primary, and they made that choice. We didn't even have a runoff in a three-person race. So they made a choice about where Mississippi is going, and that was a clear indicator, and it carried over to the general election. People in Mississippi look for good, common-sense government, and they're open to ideas and people that will have change, and some of those changes was rather dramatic. The symbol of the state, the flag, those kinds of things were very, very sensitive discussions that were had about those. But in the end, all of that worked out, and when people had the ability to look and say, okay, you're up for election, do you think we have him? Should we rehire you? And I remember this individual who came up to me and said, I'm a Democrat, and I'm going to vote for you. And I said, well, thank you very much. He said, I've talked to my wife about this. I said, yes, sir. And he said, she said, I don't see any reason to have a change in our lieutenant governor. That's important, because that just tells you that what you're doing and you're working hard, and people see that and they're willing to go forward, whatever your party or political affiliation is. So I think the vote this year was an indicator, a real clear indicator of where Mississippi wants to go in the future. And the partisan part of it, where it's particularly negative, and in our case, as you know, there was about $1.4 million in dark money PACs that were formed in July, dumped money in a Mississippi election from Washington, D.C., and then evaporated. That's what happened. And so their influence on politics, and that type of influence on politics, needs to be addressed. But I think in overall, Mississippians had a choice, and they made it.
When you say that, if in the next 4 years a bill crosses your desk from a maybe more right-leaning conservative senator, do you take those lessons learned, those outcomes from the election this year, And is it any easier for you to say, you know, I don't think this is our mandate in Mississippi. This isn't something we're going to support?
You know, when I get a bill, in Mississippi, for those of you not here, the lieutenant governor, under the rules, has the ability to name all the committee chairmen, and he or she gets to designate where the bills are going, which committee it goes to. That's a good bit of power, because if you don't want something to pass, you can send it to the committee where it's not going to pass. So there's a good bit of back and forth on that. But under no bill that comes to my desk during the next 4 years or the last 4 years does it say right-wing Republican or left-wing Democrat or anything else. It's legislation. So the day after you hired me and the day I get sworn in, I don't have that party affiliation. I have to govern. You know, I'll get elected under the Republican Party, but I have to govern. And as such, I have an open door policy in my office. You know that well. I meet with Democrats, Republicans, right, left, middle, whatever you want to call them, every designation. They come and we discuss. And where the ideas are good, I really don't care where they came from.
I want to dive into this just a little bit more, and then I promise I want to get to some issues.
All right.
But building consensus in a job like yours is obviously kind of critical to policy getting passed, whether we want to call it good or bad, and it's difficult. I mean, we can look in the course of Mississippi history, lieutenant governors struggled at times to get that consensus. You're facing, just looking at it, you know, as having covered it myself for going into 10 years now, you've got, I would say, 3 factions of your own Republican Party who do have some influence and pull in the building. You've got Democrats who don't have a lot of sort of on paper power, but there's always a sort of struggle to try to get some of that back, and how that manifests itself is always something we watch closely, and it can bubble up to your office at times. How do you manage all that, and how do you, again, sort of looking back on this last election cycle, is there a moment for you now, given the success you had in 2023 on Election Day, is there a moment for you now to get your arms around building that consensus a little bit better?
Yeah, I think the fact, we have a couple of things. One, seniority has some benefits, and the fact that you're a little bit more seasoned at this, and you're a little bit more relaxed about the relationships, and that you're open to other discussions is a hallmark. I have worked really hard to have the Senate have a collegiate atmosphere. Now, you talk to my senators and they'll tell you that. And one of them, and I'm not going to reveal the party because I don't think it's necessarily pertinent, but one of them came up to me and he said, if the election was in the Senate, you would win unanimously. So I think we've been able to go at this with it. I'm going to be fair and open. If I disagree, I'll tell you. If it's not a good idea, I'll tell you. If it is a good idea, I'll help you get it passed. And my goal is to referee the Senate, give you some good indications, and then help the senators, 52 senators that I've have the best 4 years they can. Very rarely, I don't think I ever in the last 4 years cut off debate. I let everybody talk. And everybody that wants to speak on the bill speaks on the bill. So we have that openness, and I think that gives people comfort that he may not agree with me, but he's at least going to give me my chance to stand up and say what I want to say. And he's open to me to come say, could we do it this way? And we see very few divided votes, and I'm pleased with that. I think that's the way it ought to be. We stay within the bumpers, but we stay with our compass right.
Not only do you face the sort of differing opinions and ideas in your own chamber, you have the House across the building. You have an incoming speaker, Jason White, longtime state rep, who was outgoing speaker Philip Gunn's sort of right-hand man for many years. You've got now a second-term governor in Tate Reeves. I want to actually start with Reeves. 3 weeks ago, it was the sort of first public-facing legislative gubernatorial setting in a joint legislative budget committee, And you and the governor, you may disagree with my characterization, but you got into an argument in that meeting about a revenue estimate, and y'all left the meeting without agreeing, and that's pretty rare in what typically is kind of a run-of-the-mill, processy meeting. What is your relationship like with Governor Reeves going into both of your second terms and final terms in these positions?
Well, first I talked to him a couple of days ago. I mean, we have these political differences one way or another, but that doesn't mean that we don't visit. We were visiting on some economic stuff just in the last 48 hours.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but just to remind people, he tacitly endorsed your opponent in the primary. I mean, you have disagreements politically, to say the very least.
They do, and the issue that just arose here in the last week or two, we have a budget, and we project what the income is for the state. I am fiscally very conservative. Consequently, we paid off debt, we're paying down the state's credit card, and we're giving tax cuts. And I'm very conservative, and I would say probably more conservative than the governor on financial matters. So when this discussion came up, they wanted to say that we were going to have X, another $117 million projected income for the state. 3 out of the last 5 months, including this month, we have not met the projections for this year. So we are under the projections. So I refuse to go along with that. I'm not going to project puff money so that then we can raise or cut taxes with money we don't have yet. There's probably a country and western song in there somewhere. But in any event, that's what that issue was about. But the fact that we differ on a fiscal matter doesn't mean that we differ on economic development, which we don't. And you can see the aluminum mill and the other things. He'll have to call special sessions or a session within the session for our big economic development packages, and we're very attuned to each other on that. So I anticipate we'll work together well. We have differences on fiscal policy or that kind of thing, and we move on to the next thing. We're both grown people, and we need to move on. On the House side, which I assume is your next question about Jason, Jason was... the way we do this, every Tuesday morning for an hour beginning at 9 o'clock, the Speaker of the House, the Lieutenant Governor, the 2 President Pro Tems sit by themselves in an office.
That's rare, too. That had not happened in years.
That's correct. You're right about that, but I started that. And I wanted to have time when there wasn't anybody else around about anything where we could sit across and look each other in the eye and say we ought to do this. And we didn't agree on a lot. There were people who wanted to eliminate the income tax, and I wanted to pay teachers. I mean, we go through those kinds of things, but we need to do that, some of those where we're sitting across the table from each other. So we have that, and he was the President Pro Tem, so he was in every one of those meetings, along with me and my President Pro Tem. And those meetings we were upfront and frank, and I think established a relationship with Jason and the Speaker. So I believe that will continue on. He is very well qualified, obviously. He's been in the House for a long time. Just as important, he's well respected over there. And so I think we'll have a good leadership. I anticipate we've had some hall meetings and stuff. We'll have more official. He just got nominated by the Republican Party yesterday. We'll have more meetings like that going into the session, and I anticipate that we will agree on a number of ways to improve the session and possibly shorten it.
I want to talk about some issues. You just talked a little bit about the tax cut, the proposed tax cut that Governor Reeves wants to pass. It's a tough issue to start on in a room like this sometimes, but just to remind everyone, if the income tax cut was eliminated, as Governor Reeves has proposed, you and the rest of the legislative leaders would have to find budget cuts. It makes up, that tax makes up about 1/3 of our annual general fund revenue. So if you eliminate that tax, you eliminate 33-ish% of the money that you and your leaders have to spend in budget every year. Can we afford the income tax cut, in your opinion? And how resolved will you be about, continuing to sort of muddy the logic from the governor and others on that issue?
Well, the way to do this is the way we're doing it. We first did away with a 5% bracket Then we went to 4.7%. Then we went to 4.4% this year. Then we go to 4% next year in 2026. So we are gradually reducing the rate as inflation and other matters provide dollars. We're also reducing the size of government. We have 2,300 less employees through attrition in state government. So we're watching our expenses to do that. And that gradual proposal is the correct, conservative way to do things. Now, if you eliminate the income tax, you're dead right, Adam. It's $2 billion. So that happens to be the exact amount we spend on education in Mississippi. Now, we're not going to close education. So where is that money going to come from? Your real property taxes. That's what will happen to you. And you can ask anyone from Texas, Evan, about their own taxes and their own personal property taxes. And my daughter lives there, and I happened to ask what her taxes were on her home, and I was shocked. What that does, it precludes young people from moving here and owning a home. That's the roots that keep our culture together. I want that to stay. So when I look at a gradual reduction, and I'll be frank about it, we're going to look at the grocery tax this year, and we'll look at the income tax again, and we'll look at the budget, which we haven't met 3 of the last 5 months, and we'll make an informed decision about that. But just the elimination for a political reason is not substantive, because I still got to educate my children, I still got to build my roads, I still got to pay my judiciary, I still have expenses. I can assure you that we're watching expenses and obviously have cut $500 million in tax money out. But we'll do it in a prudent way. And I'm quite frankly, I'm just not interested in the political statement. I'm more interested in the fact that when we leave 4 years from now, this state's in good fiscal policy. This year, y'all, we will pay off $400 million of the state's debt. We haven't borrowed any money in 3 years. That's unheard of. We will have paid off 24% of the state's debt. Now, Mr. Barksdale and everybody else who's ever run a company will tell you that's really a good idea. We are not mortgaging the future of Mississippi's children so that we can have a nice political statement. We're not going to do that. So, there you go.
Speaking of political statements, there are at least 2 sessions here later today specifically about healthcare in Mississippi. Mm-hmm. We have a crisis. There's no other way to look at it. More than half of our rural hospitals are at risk of closure in the next, I think, 2 or 3 years. We have already health services that are limited. We're sort of struggling in so many areas, so many outcomes, and have been for a long time. One issue that has been widely discussed, widely pitched as not the solution perhaps, but a solution, is Medicaid expansion. We're one of 10 states to have not expanded to this point. Others are continuing to debate it. 2 of our neighbors have done it to great success by most accounts. Is Medicaid expansion something that you anticipate will be earnestly debated and discussed really for the first time in the Mississippi legislature this session?
Well, first of all, the answer is that we are going to address health care, and the hearings will start the 2nd or 3rd week in January, and y'all are welcome to watch them. We do everything live on TV, so watch it, or it's archived so you can see it later. So first of all, we are going to address that. But I want to remind everybody in the room, and no offense, Adam, but it's a lazy question to say if we do expansion, everything goes right. We have mental health problems in this state. We have child protective services problems in this state. We have a high cost of pharmaceuticals in this state. We have a paucity of nurses in this state, particularly in rural areas, as well as physicians. All of those are part of the health care determination. It's not just like we give them money. This year, we put in $103 million in the legislature into hospitals, because hospitals are kind of the big thing. Oh my goodness, our hospitals are going to fail, and that is tragic, and it takes away the ability of an individual to have primary health care in their local community. It's very important.
And jobs, I'd point out.
And jobs, but it's not just about the jobs. It's about whether or not we can provide health care. So we gave $100 million. $1 million went to Greenwood Hospital, which is kind of the poster child for a lot of these discussions. They're losing about $1 million in cash, about $1.5 million for soft cost a month. So the $1 million that we gave to them this time, this $1 million, front page of the newspaper, it covered them for 2 weeks' salaries. So when we go to do this, we have to look at our capital, our CapEx expenses. We have to look at the size and scope of what we're delivering, where we're delivering it, and we also have to look at the other parts of healthcare, which are pharmaceuticals, mental health. Our mental health is now down in the children sections. I was in one of the schools where a teacher was in the 3rd grade, said these kids are physically attacking me from mental health issues. We can't just do one little button. If we do that, we will be back here every year. We need to have a comprehensive health care plan, and I fully intend to debate that beginning in about a month.
Should one of the buttons be Medicaid expansion?
When we talk to the hospitals, certainly the dollar number, and we came up with a plan to go to the average expense last year, and then the governor adopted it this year, which will create about $400 or $500 million for hospitals. The expansion of health care in whatever form or fashion we come up with, the Arkansas model, the Indiana model, the North Carolina model, all of these different models are out there. But whichever one we come up with here, I have been repeatedly told by every single hospital that I've met with that alone will not solve the economic issues for hospitals. So
Sure.
We have other things to do. And you'll see, last year we passed a regionalization bill where community hospitals can literally merge together in a regional concept. You're going to see some more of that coming out of this.
Sure. You mentioned the hundreds of millions of dollars freed up for hospitals. Mm-hmm. You know, the estimate on the state annual match for Medicaid is $100 million. To draw down at least $1 billion from the federal government, is that an investment, sort of return on investment that you
according
consider?
According to state economists, we're losing $700 or $800 million a year by not taking that, and the hospitals pay a bed tax, so it would be a net zero cost to the state and a net positive income. So the state economists has come out for that, and you'll hear those discussions coming next month.
Another issue, and I want to cover 2 or 3 more quickly, but another big one that I think is maybe one of the more important ones that the state faces, ballot initiative. In 2020, the state Supreme Court struck down voters' ability to gather enough signatures to put issues directly on the ballot that then would serve as a sort of statutory mandate, in theory, to lawmakers to pass something into law. The medical marijuana initiative is what brought all this on. There are ballot initiatives that are, ongoing or have passed in the last few years in other states around the country that have done things like expand Medicaid and end, felony suffrage restrictions. We could go down the list of the things that get passed via ballot initiative. You committed shortly after that state Supreme Court ruling in 2020 to find some workable replacement for that lack of a ballot initiative. It hasn't happened yet. Is this something that you want, and do you anticipate it coming up this session?
I do anticipate it coming up this session. Of course, we had the biggest ballot initiative we ever had. It was in November. You had a chance to hire all these people, and all of them got out and told you what they were for or against. So we've already had a ballot initiative just about a month ago. So second thing is, a ballot initiative we need to be very careful. We passed one in the Senate last year towards the end of the session, not to blame the House for that, but we passed it towards the end of the session, and it required about 150, 160,000 signatures in order to get on the ballot. It's quite, we have to be very careful, I think, not to have it so easy that we have a Proposition 1 through 100 on every ballot. I think it needs to be something, if it's of that great of importance, you ought to have at least 5 or 10% of the people who are eligible voters sign a petition about it. You can't just start with one that's 80,000 signatures because it's so easy to manipulate. Somebody can come in and spend a lot of money and get on TV and manipulate the issue to the extent that we may have a ballot initiative that everybody else has to work on. So I do think there's a ballot initiative future in us. We passed one. I anticipate it'll come again this year.
Last question for you, rapid fire, because we're almost out of time. There's a push among some conservatives to expand vouchers for private schools. So public money, and money that in theory is intended to go to public schools, actually making its way to private schools across the state. There's also an effort to sort of circumvent that via tax credits, increase in tax credits to these private schools and the families who go there or send their kids there. Is that an issue that you are supportive of? And if and when it comes up, as we expect it to this session, how will you respond?
Well, the first thing is we need for the Supreme Court to respond. You know, as you know,
there's a pending lawsuit.
There's a pending lawsuit, and it lost, and it said it was unconstitutional to do school vouchers in Mississippi, and it's on appeal to the Mississippi Supreme Court. So before everybody gets on what we're going to do later, I think we first need to find out whether it's even constitutional. If it's not constitutional, then you have to go back to a ballot initiative or amend the Constitution to get there, and I don't see that happening. So I know that in Texas it's been rejected recently, in Arkansas it's been adopted, so there are a number of these going around. The cost ranges from hundreds of millions of dollars to more than hundreds of millions of dollars. So you have to get that, you have to look at that in relation to schools. So I will address it by this. In Mississippi, since you hired me, we now have about 20,000 children in pre-K, public pre-K. And we did that with malice aforethought. We are passing the third grade reading gate, which we started. We have a fall off between the third grade and the eighth grade in our reading and math scores. We have adopted, and we are going to address that this year, we have adopted teacher coaches that go in and meet with every student in their junior and senior year and give them an economic plan forward. This year, we're going to adopt a last dollar tuition payment plan so that every one of our children can go to a community college if they want to. All of those, when you do that, that A plus B plus C plus D plus E equals economic benefit for children. And that equals them to be able to live here, raise their children here, and buy a home here. We are I am particularly emphasizing on making sure that formula is strong because it produces a better child's economic life. And they will stay, and our grandchildren will live here. We have a culture of opportunity here, and it comes out of that education stream. And we shouldn't do anything that depreciates that stream.
Governor, we could cover so much more ground. We're out of time. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your transparency. Thank you so much.
And now for a conversation on the big story, Mississippi's welfare scandal, please welcome Anna Wolf, investigative reporter at Mississippi Today, with Evan Smith, contributor at The Atlantic and senior advisor at Emerson Collective.
Okay, good morning. Can you all hear me in the back? Okay, folks in the back cannot hear. Okay, we'll work on that. I think it sounds a little bit better than it did the first session. Good. Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for being here at this amazing event. Anna, what an honor it is to share the stage with you.
Thank you.
Congratulations. As I was just saying, one of us has a Pulitzer. It is not me. Congratulations to you and to Mississippi Today on winning not only the Pulitzer Prize for local reporting, but also a bunch of other national awards for the Back Channel, your series on the misuse of state welfare funds here in Mississippi. You give us all hope for the future of public service journalism. Give her a hand. This is a big deal.
Thank you.
Great. And let me tell you, we in journalism could use some hope these days, right? Among the problems that our business faces is a decline in trust in our work and in us as journalists. And as we've talked about, the way we counteract that is by demystifying the work we do, by being transparent about our process, right? Showing people why we do it and how we do it and what happens afterwards. And that's what I'm hoping we're going to do here today. We're going to pull back the curtain on how your big investigation came to be and how you advanced your reporting over 6 years, okay? Yeah. Sound good?
Yeah, sounds
okay, great. So let's go back to the beginning, 2017. That is the start of this journey. You were still at the Clarion Ledger at the time. You had been there for a couple years. You were not yet at Mississippi Today. And a colleague talked to you about the fact that very little of the money appropriated for fighting poverty in this state actually was getting into the hands of people in need. Like any good reporter, you started asking questions.
Yeah, the statistic that came out back in 2017, I wasn't yet on the health beat, but I would soon take it over, was a story about how Mississippi was approving just 1.5% of people who are applying for cash welfare assistance. There are some people in the room today who really helped me kind of develop my understanding around public assistance programs and welfare. I just want to say it was really fun walking in the building and seeing people, familiar faces who really, were instrumental in my development as a reporter. So yeah, 1.5% of people were receiving that assistance, and I quickly found out that under TANF, the federal welfare program, temporary assistance for needy families, it's a block grant. So the state gets the pot of money that it is supposed to use to fight poverty, regardless of how many people it's actually serving with those funds. So I quickly found out that somewhere between 5 and 10% in a year was actually being spent on needy families through the welfare check, which is how most of us regard the welfare program. And that money was just flying out of the door to other ancillary programs.
Right, and part of the way you found this out is something that for us in journalism is kind of a mundane fact of our lives, but many people not in journalism don't understand how this works. You filed a bunch of open records requests.
Right.
Explain how that works, explain what that accomplishes, why it's necessary, and the obstacles put in your path to get information you're entitled to.
Right. Well, first I had to kind of find out what this program was, overall, and what kind of federal reporting was already publicly available.
Right.
Which was very, very little. So the state gets roughly $90 million a year to fight poverty through this particular program. And the kind of reporting that the federal government requires the state to provide about how it spends that money it's like 2 pages, and it's categories like work supports or fatherhood and 2-parent family formation with annual dollar amounts that we spend on those purposes. And what is that?
Right. Not very specific.
What is fatherhood and 2-parent family formation that we spent $9 million on in this particular year?
Right.
And so that's where I had to go to the state agency and start requesting records about how they were actually spending the money. And it was tough. I mean, for a year, all they supplied me were those very vague federal reports that they submitted to the federal government.
Right. They're obligated to give you what they've got, but they can erect obstacles in the way to you getting it in a timely fashion if they want to.
Right. I'm kind of a young reporter at the Ledger. I've got daily stories I've got to churn out every day for the paper, and they're sending me these vague reports, and what am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to know what I'm supposed to be getting or what should be available to me?
Right. Something that happens in journalism a lot, in my experience, is that you start out working on a story, you think it's about one thing, and it ends up being about something else once you get into it. You thought this was a story about generational poverty, but you discovered pretty quickly it was a political story.
Right, yeah.
Talk about that.
So when I moved over to Mississippi Today in around 2018, and that's when I really kind of took a concerted effort. I knew I had more time now because I wasn't trying to feed the daily beast of the daily newspaper, and I wanted to go to these officials at these agencies, particularly Department of Human Services, who administers this fund, and really be intentional and kind of really genuine about expressing my intentions. I am looking for evidence to show for, how we're actually moving the needle on poverty with these programs. So very genuinely, if cash assistance is not the answer to poverty, what is, and where can you show me that people are actually moving out of poverty as a result of these ancillary programs? And that's where I hit wall after wall. And I didn't know at the time, of course, that the reason that they were so reluctant to speak with me wasn't just because, they thought that I wasn't going to understand their mission, but because this money was actually being spent in ways that no one would approve of.
They were worried that you would absolutely understand what they were doing. That was the, right, that was the problem. So you come over to Mississippi Today in September of 2018 as a member of the staff. I'm curious about this. You basically walked the story across the street with you.
Yeah,
it's a story you started working on. Did anybody at the Clarion Ledger say, hey, wait a minute, this is our story. We were working on this. Why are you taking this across the street?
That's a good question. No, I think just because it was it was my issue. It was the thing that I felt so passionate about that,
right.
That wasn't a story that was ever assigned to me, by the way, right? This was something that I had the question and I really tackled, finding the answer to it. I actually filed a complaint against the agency for failure to comply with the Public Records Act, and I filed that at the Ledger, and I actually had to, maneuver it to take it away and put it under my name.
And again, nobody told you to do that. This is
Right.
just part of the work that you choose to do as a reporter, pursuing your story,
Right.
As you say. So let's move ahead past 2018 to 2019. That is the first time that I'm aware of in this story that you get then Governor Phil Bryant's attention.
Yeah, so, right. So I'm starting to write these stories. I still don't really have my bearings around what's going on, but I start writing these stories about how secretive the agency is being. Through the federal data, I'm able to show that, for example, the state counts college scholarships to middle class families as welfare spending. So I write a story about that. I write a story about how the distribution of funds has changed over time and how there was at the time something like $50 million just sitting there unspent. And so I was making these calculations and writing these stories, an analysis of like where welfare stands in Mississippi.
Right.
And yeah, I tweeted, it was not even a story, it was a tweet at one point that I made talking about how much money we had left unspent that the governor screenshotted and sent to the director of the agency at the time saying, how is she figuring this? Where is she coming up with this? The director explains that, we're just trying to get people to work, and the governor says, keep up the good work. If that had been, I think, paid close attention to at the time, if my questions had been taken seriously, possibly this would have been, uncovered earlier.
Yeah. And so he basically dismisses your findings, the fact that there's something going on here. And then later in the same year, there's an allegation of fraud against the governor's head of the Department of Health Services, and he is kicked out of office.
Right. So the director at the time, this is June of 2019.
This is John Davis.
John Davis is up in Congress testifying before Congress about how great public assistance is in Mississippi and how we're helping so many people out of poverty through, family-based services and, generational models. And his deputy at the time uses that opportunity while he's out of town to go to the governor and bring information forward about a potential kickback scheme.
An allegation of fraud against the guy in charge.
Yes.
His boss.
Yes.
Yeah.
$48,000, by the way, was the tip of suspected fraud. And so that Phil Bryant takes that to the state auditor, who then launches the investigation, and really it was pulling that small thread that unraveled the whole thing.
And in the next year, we're now approaching 3 years into your reporting on this story, the state auditor announces arrests in what he says is the largest public embezzlement scandal in the history of the state. There's a company named in the indictments as having received $2 million in stolen welfare funds.
Yeah, well, and it was I can remember that day so vividly because I had actually visited the Families First office, which is the program through which most of this misspending occurred, that morning, and it was completely empty. There was no one being served. There was a mock grocery store where parents were supposed to be being taught how to shop for healthy foods, and the bins were empty. There was no food. And so I get back to my office, and of course, the email comes through that they've made these arrests. The
lesson of journalism, by the way, always go to the thing.
Yeah, go to the thing.
Always go to the thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Show your face. I mean, if nothing else.
Right.
You know.
Right. Get out of your office. Get
present.
out from behind your desk and report. Right. Yeah.
So the company named in the indictments, you know, when you see an indictment like that, the company was named Previcus, and you know. As soon as the indictments are filed, obviously we're picking through those and trying to find out what happened through this like very vague, you know, lawyerly language. And this company, Previcus, comes up. This is a company that allegedly at the time had received $2 million in stolen welfare funds through an investment. That's important because an investment there's a personal benefit there, right? Yep. So in researching this company, pretty quickly am able to discern that this is a company that is invested in and promoted by
wait for it.
Former NFL quarterback Brett Favre.
Right. Hero of University of Southern Mississippi, NFL Hall of Famer. Favre's name comes up, and it's in the report, but it's like buried in the report, right?
Well, the report comes out months later. So we were able to report that story out first.
In advance of it actually being released as part of a public report, right?
Right. And we did that by, I mean, obviously just researching this company and finding that out, and then doing another records request to the department for any emails related to Favre or this company, and that resulted in a calendar invite that we found that was entered by John Davis that said that the governor had requested a meeting. The governor and Brett Favre had requested a meeting to discuss concussion research, which is what that company was doing, and the facility at USM. Around this same time, I had also received a tip that, I think the volleyball stadium at USM, you know, that new facility that was just built, was paid for with welfare funds. I'm thinking, there's no way, right? Like that can't be true. So I do another records request to the university for any documents between, you know, the university and that nonprofit. And that comes back the lease agreement that confirms that welfare money was used to build the stadium. So
it's amazing.
All these stories are happening right at the same time in 2020, right? It's now 2023. So this is a long time ago that this information came out.
Yeah, and in 2020, when Brett Favre's name first surfaces as a consequence of your reporting, now the national news business takes note. Right. And there's a New York Times story about this.
Yeah, I think it wasn't even when our story is published, and then that kind of gives you a sense of like why national news starts to pay attention to something. It was when the auditor's report came out a few months later that showed that Brett Favre actually received $1.1 million himself from the welfare department for like promotional activities.
Now suddenly they're interested.
Right, exactly.
I mean, and if you're a local news reporter, many of us in the room have been in a situation, you worry that you're now going to be big-footed by the national news, that they're going to come in and they're going to take over the story and they're going to drive the narrative. But their story was not a complete story as published and left you a lot of room to own the story at the local level.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. I think that was true all the way through just because of so much of the, you know, institutional knowledge that I'd gathered over the years of reporting this out to begin with.
Why local news matters. Yeah. That's it, right? Institutional knowledge. You knew the material.
Right. I was uniquely positioned to tell the story in a way that contextualized it more than anyone else could.
So let's talk about the help that you get from confidential sources along the way. Beginning in 2021 and into 2022, because of your reporting and your authority on this subject, you begin to be passed text messages. You become aware of text messages that you did not have access to before. Talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the reporting leads to the sources, right? And so because of some of the deep reporting that we had done, particularly a timeline that I put together in 2021 that had like a million links to all these different documents that I'd gathered, you know, people were coming to my reporting to get a handle on the story themselves. And so they wanted to talk to me not just because they wanted to give me information, but because they thought maybe I would be helpful in their understanding as well. So I just developed sources that way. It takes about a year in developing this particular source before I actually get records from this person.
Right. And first the records you get are just texts of the governors, and then ultimately, I think in 2022, you first find out about and get access to, with some effort, texts that had the governor and Brett Favre on them together.
You know, it's interesting, and I think I haven't really revealed this before, but I mean, technically it's public record. You know, I knew about the existence of text messages in some cases before I received them. So I actually, the text messages that you guys might be familiar with, between Brett Favre and the governor and the owner of this company, you know, I had sort of been aware of them and had actually requested them from the state auditor who possessed them. The state auditor.
And you were turned down, were you not?
I was,
originally?
yeah. I was not given
So
those records.
explain that. So theoretically, this is something that ought to be available to us as a public record, to all of us as citizens, people here, but yet the state auditor turns you down. Why?
Yeah, the state auditor had these documents for 2 years by this point. But they were exempt under an investigative exemption that state agencies can use when there's an investigation going on that relates to the records. It can often be kind of used very broadly to conceal records.
Something you don't want to give away, you now have a way to not give it away.
Right. And I mean, in this case, I think there is probably a legitimate under the law, right? Investigative exemption. These are records that were actually received or collected as part of an investigation. But they were public record at the same time because the governor's communication, especially about government business, is public record.
Is public. So
Correct.
The state auditor's office refuses to give you these on the grounds of investigative exemption. That's early 2022. By March, you have the text messages.
That's right.
Right. How'd you get them?
Well, I received them from a source.
Right. There again. Shoe leather reporting produces sources. Sources produce the things that you need to ultimately advance the story.
And there's nothing better as far as a source than a document, right? I think that when you talk about maintaining trust or gaining trust for the media, you know, that you really cannot argue with cold hard facts, and especially communication, written communication from the very people that
Right, but let's make the distinction between records that you get through official channels, which you don't feel a need to verify the authenticity of, and some source, even if it's a good source, slips you these texts on the side. You have made a point in telling the story of this story over time that you took pains to verify the authenticity of those texts before you reported on them. Talk about that. I think that's such a baller move, as we say.
Yeah. Well, without giving too much detail, there was information within the you know, the way that the information came that was verifiable. And then I went to the sources that I had already talked to about the existence of them, read them. Yes, I've seen that text message. Yes, that's the text message that we were talking about that, you know, so-and-so people have seen as a result of this investigation. But not just that, I sat down with the governor and read all of them to him.
And he said what?
He didn't deny that they were his text messages. He said that he didn't read his text carefully enough to appreciate what the people meant that he was texting. That was how he explained that he didn't know that Prevacus had received state money, even though Brett Favre had texted him, "Thank you, we're excited about the money."
I'm not sure I didn't read my text carefully is legally an exemption.
Well, it was kind of an interesting question because, you know, I kind of left the interview kind of thinking like, well, what does this mean, right?
Right.
Of course we're going to include that explanation in the story, but does it change the nature of the story?
Right.
It didn't really. I mean, it's not credible. It's not a credible explanation.
Did you talk to Brett Favre?
I texted with Brett Favre initially, you know, when I
Well, you had his cell number, presumably.
I did.
Yes.
Yeah. You know, we texted back and forth a little bit. I remember one text he sent me at the beginning, you know, this is 2020, and he had texted me kind of like, you know, the governor's preparing a statement, I'm not going to talk to you. And then he texted again, this is about economic development, Anna, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point.
Save it and frame it.
Yeah, well, I mean, honestly, it's an important statement of this is how folks were justifying what they were doing, right? That economic development is an anti-poverty measure, which, you know, in this case, it was an illegal one.
So, you know, there is a famous Brett Favre text that is the sort of one that surfaces to the top of all of these that I want to come to in a second. What's interesting to me as I went back over the chronology of this, of course, I remembered this at the time, that was not part of the release of the texts back that preceded the back channel, right? So you get this batch of texts in 22. At this point, Mississippi Today as an institution kicks into gear and you decide to go forward with this 5-part series plus an introduction that is ultimately the thing that wins the Pulitzer. How did you conceive of that as like a little bit of journalism inside baseball stuff here? How did you conceive of that as a series? Why 5 parts? Like, talk a little bit about how that comes to be.
That's a good question, and Adam, my editor, really had a lot to do with that. I think that at some point, you know, we knew that there was a question about how involved the governor was or what he knew at the time in the very beginning. I mean, some people in this room that I've talked to, mentioned that from the very beginning. It's inconceivable that the governor's office would not have known that this was occurring, right? The governor's office has direct authority over the welfare department. So I think at some point when we finally had direct communication related to the governor, we decided that we had to move forward with the information that we had. We had text messages first, and if you read the series, you'll see communication between John Davis and Phil Bryant. I mentioned the text earlier with the screenshot. We wrote a series based on those text messages and what it showed about Phil Bryant's directives over the welfare agency and over this director. And we got the text messages related to Previcus a little bit later. So it was very fortunate that we were still working on the series, still working to get it out by that time, because I think having the messages about Previcus just made, obviously, the story so much stronger. So I think we broke out the sections of the stories based on, basically based on each text message that we found significant and kind of extrapolating out what they were talking about, what they meant. So if Phil Bryant was asking for a specific payment to a specific vendor, we went and found out everything about that vendor and then wrote the story about that and kind of divided it that way.
Had this story only touched on Brett Favre and not the governor at the time that this began, the former governor by the time this reporting proceeded, would it have been as much of a big deal, do you think?
No, I don't. I mean, I think that we had to examine how this was allowed to happen at the very highest levels of state government.
This is ultimately a story about holding people in power accountable.
Correct.
It's as complicated and as simple as that.
Right. Brett, we can't, I mean, it's not my job to hold Brett Favre accountable. I don't know if that's right. So, we were, I think, looking at, the people who speak to us.
Right. And then so the reporting, even after the series is published, does not stop. This is what I was alluding to. So that September, after the back channel is already out among us for several months, you get access to even more text messages, including what to me reads as the smoking gun of the whole thing.
Yeah.
Talk about that.
So there's a court case now going on. After the series publishes, the state files a suit against a few dozen people or companies who received this money. And through that court case, more text messages come out, one of which was a text from Brett Favre to the nonprofit founder who was receiving most of this money that said, "If you pay me, is there any way the media can find out where it came from and how much?" So where Brett Favre had from the beginning said that he didn't know that this was welfare money, which I get this question a lot, and do I think that Brett Favre knows what temporary assistance for needy families is? Probably not, but he knew that the money was supposed to be used to help the underprivileged.
Right. Fumble is what I would say. Right. That text. Right. I mean, the thing is, you proved exactly that the answer to his question, is there any way that the media can find out? The answer is yes. The answer is almost always yes.
That's why I think that text in particular is what created the national media firestorm. I mean, it was almost taunting us at that point.
So now we're in late 2023 as we sit here. We have about 5 minutes left. 6 years after you started all this, your reporting began at the Clarion Ledger. Where do things stand? You published a very helpful update in September, but tell everybody where this story sits today.
Yeah, so the 6 people who were first indicted, 5 of them have pled guilty to state charges. 1 of them received pretrial diversion. An additional 2 others were charged federally. 1 of those pled guilty. The other has pled not guilty. So there's about 8 people total being held criminally liable. And then there are 3 dozen or so people in the civil suit, people or companies in the civil suit, that is just going to be, the case is going to take years. So as far as receiving money back, Brett Favre did repay the $1.1 million that he received personally. There hasn't really been any more clawback than that. So as far as getting the money back that was taken, it's going to take a while before we see that money back, and it's going to take probably federal government intervention. As far as the criminal investigation, that continues because, like I said, although 7 people have pleaded guilty to either state or criminal charges, None of them have been sentenced to prison. So no one is sitting in prison right now as a result of this scandal. And that is because they continue to work with prosecution on potential charges against others. So,
is there any way anything that you just described would have happened had it not been for your reporting? Can you be objective about that at this point?
yeah, no, I think that the tip that the state auditor got resulted in the criminal investigation that his office started, that resulted in the indictments that happened in 2020. Now, without the pressure that I was putting on the agency, would that employee have gone forward? I don't know the answer to that. I will say that employee is someone that I was speaking to at the time, and basically grilling about what the agency was doing.
Right.
We don't know. I think it's basically a domino effect, and I mean, I think Mississippi Today played a pretty big domino.
It was the biggest. I'll say it if you can't. It was the biggest domino. Absolutely. So yes. I think, by the way, Mary Margaret, that'd be a good tagline for the site. Mississippi Today, the biggest domino. That would actually be pretty good. All right, so step back from this specific reporting in the time we have left. I want to ask you, in a broader sense, what the value of ambitious investigative journalism is in a complicated moment for our country and for the media. Investigative reporting, we know, is time-consuming. It's expensive to do. You end up not publishing for a long time, and it doesn't always pan out.
Right.
For those reasons, many beleaguered news organizations can't or won't commit to doing it. Make the case for why it's worth doing.
Well, yeah, I mean, look at the back channel and what it's done for Mississippi Today, I think.
Right. Look at what it's done for Mississippi.
And Mississippi, and
right?
I do want to bring it back to the program, though. I mean, and the people affected, because if you think that the best result of all of this is more people receiving cash welfare, that hasn't happened. The welfare rolls continue to decline even to today. There were more people served through cash assistance during the scandal than there are today. I would argue that that's not necessarily the solution, or that's not necessarily the only way that change is made. There's way more accountability within the program. There's way more reporting requirements that subgrantees of TANF are required to submit to the state agency to justify their spending. They're not doing the big lump sum upfront payments anymore that they used to do. They're doing cost reimbursement. There have been ways in which the program has been tightened up, but there's also over $100 million sitting at the agency right now not being spent. Unused.
Right.
Where in the most poverty-stricken state in the country.
And I can say that whether or not the indictments and the arrests and all that would have happened without Mississippi Today, we would not know that there was $100 million dedicated to fight poverty that was going unspent without your reporting. That to me feels clear.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just been this totally forgotten part of the state government.
Right. Let me ask you in the last minute the democracy question. Go up a level from the media question. We know what's happening with news organizations around the country. A third of the nation's newspapers by next year will have shut down over 20 years. A quarter of the reporters in newsrooms since 2015 are now not working in newsrooms. 20% of the country has no access to local news, or they're about to not have access to it. We live in two Americas, one informed and one not. And it's often people in the most disadvantaged circumstances, people in rural communities, communities of color, who are in that America that is not now informed. The consequences of that for Mississippi and for this country are really pretty extraordinary.
Yeah, I was just having this conversation yesterday, and I don't know, that we're the saviors of democracy, right? And we've got to give we've got to get readers a reason to come to us, the real information that they're interested in. I can remember talking to it was the father of some children who I was writing about, and he had received, had $5,000 in child support money taken away from him by the state that didn't go to his children. And I asked him how he felt about that, and he said, that's just what Mississippi does. They don't want to give help to the people who need it, but what do? They help Phil Bryant. They help Brett Favre. I feel like the reporting gave him a way to talk about what he was experiencing that he didn't have before, and that's empowering, and I think empowerment is an antidote to poverty.
That's about the best possible place we could leave that. Please give a big hand to my hero, Anna Wolf. Thank you all so much for listening. We'll be back to you in a second.
Here to discuss national politics with a Southern flavor, please welcome Eddie S. Glaude Jr., professor in the Department of African American Studies at Princeton University, Errin Haines, editor-at-large at The 19th, Elise Jordan, political analyst at NBC News and MSNBC, with Evan Smith, contributor at The Atlantic and senior advisor at Emerson Collective.
Good morning. Please give these folks a big hand. It's wonderful to have them here.
Wonderful to be here.
Thank you.
Hello.
All right, panelists, I want to establish your claim to a seat on this stage first, okay? Elise, you were born and raised in Holly Springs.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, all right. So you're a Mississippian. Eddie, you were born in Moss Point, raised in Pascagoula, right?
Raised in Moss Point.
Raised in Moss Point, but you did live in Pascagoula for a while?
No, my dad grew up in Pascagoula.
Excellent. Errin, you are not from Mississippi.
I'm not.
But you were born, raised, went to school, and started your journalism career in Atlanta.
Yes, Mississippi adjacent.
Mississippi adjacent. So welcome home to these sons and daughters of the South. It's good to have you here. Great. You all, I thought we would start with the big picture coming out of this election cycle. You can count the number of statewide elected Democrats in southern states with the fingers on one hand and fingers left over, right, on that one hand. In every southern state but Virginia, both houses of the state legislature are held by Republicans. Likewise, in every state in the South except for Virginia, every congressional delegation is majority Republican, despite the efforts of courts to undo gerrymandering. Errin, it sounds like the political conversation in the South is over before it starts these days. Is that right?
And yet, what we saw in this last election early at the beginning of this month, showed that the South still does have something to say. And
Talk about that.
There are still, voters who are making their voices heard. Look at what happened in Kentucky.
Right.
Andy Beshear gets reelected. You have Daniel Cameron, black man trying to become governor, and black voters rejecting him specifically because he did not, seek justice for Breonna Taylor in the way that those voters wanted him to do in that state. That wasn't just a race about abortion, although abortion was absolutely on the ballot in that race. You look at Virginia, where abortion, again, on the ballot in that race. Glenn Youngkin tried to say, that Republicans could make a different case for abortion in that state. Voters said, no, we're not buying that. We're not doing it. We're going to hold on to the state legislature and make that happen. And then, yes, you obviously saw, the Senate race here in Mississippi, but that was a close race. I think there are lessons to be learned from that race that we can still think about. But yeah, I think that thinking about the South as a foregone conclusion is why you have disinvestment, frankly, from the Democratic Party in a lot of cases, in terms of why these states are not more highly contested, because I think we've seen in states like Georgia that it is possible. States like North Carolina, when you have investment, when you have a strategy and an organization, that things can turn out differently. The South can surprise folks, or it does continue to surprise folks, and I think that we need to think about that going into next year.
I'm really glad you brought up Kentucky to Virginia. I want to unpack those two one at a time with Elise and with Eddie. Elise, how do you explain Andy Beshear? He gets reelected as governor of Kentucky. Not only is he the only statewide Democrat to win, he runs 10 points ahead of every other Democrat on the ballot in Kentucky. This is Mitch McConnell's Kentucky. What happened there? How do you explain this?
I believe he was plus 26 points in his victory, which is huge. Kentucky is really the only bright spot out of the last cycle for Democrats, and the only model that I think the Democratic Party could look to if they want to win. Because you look at how Governor Beshear separated himself from Joe Biden.
Right.
He emphasized that he had done a lot for the economy. He had done a lot to encourage growth in Kentucky, and he used abortion too. And abortion is still going to be a huge issue going into 2024, but it's not going to be the deciding issue at all, it's going to be the economy, most likely. And so but Andy Beshear, though, had his problems. He lost rural voters. He didn't manage. Kentucky does have some big populated cities. He won those, but he didn't make inroads with rural voters, and that's going to be a huge problem. Winning back working class voters is the challenge for Democrats going forward.
Yeah.
But hang on, can I just say one thing there?
Of course.
Abortion is an economic issue, right? And it is not just about health care. And I think that for folks who are trying to make the case, I think there's been a good case made about abortion being about rights as well as about health care, but abortion as an economic issue, abortion as an issue for rural voters. Like, abortion intersects with so many aspects of American life, and I think that for people to think about it in those terms, when we ask people about things like abortion or education or the economy, there is no such thing as a single issue voter, and abortion as a galvanizing issue, even if it is not people's main issue, is absolutely going to be.
It's horizontal in the sense that it cuts across every other. I want to come back. I think that's a wonderful point. I want to come back to that. Eddie, what happened in Virginia was something that had national implications, right? Glenn Youngkin thought if they win back control of the House, they already had control of the Senate. Or the Democrats had the Senate. If the Virginia Republicans won back control of the House, the Republicans would hold both houses in the governor's office. There was some sense that the governor might actually have an opportunity to jump into presidential race at the end.
Right.
Abortion was very much the issue there. In fact, the Democrats took back control of the legislature, both houses, surprised everybody, and there go Governor Youngkin's hopes at least to run for president right now. That was a bright spot for Democrats.
I think so. And what's fascinating, first of all, it's a delight to be here. I'm excited.
How great is this crowd, right? Look at that.
Wonderful. The work that Mississippi Today has been doing and is doing is just extraordinary. So, just a big shout out to all of the folks who are doing this extraordinary work. So, I think it's important because Virginia shows us, or demonstrated at least to me, that the culture wars can only be played in a certain way.
Right.
Right? Because abortion played a significant role in Youngkin losing what he did, right? Moms for Liberty lost everything.
Yes.
I think they won one across. So we see that Youngkin came into office on the wave of suburban white women concerned about CRT in schools, right? Is that a misdescription?
I think also you were running against Terry McAuliffe.
There's that.
Sorry.
There's that. But I'm thinking that there is this sense of anxiety among among suburban white women about the overreach of BLM and its impact on schools, right? And we saw in this moment, in interesting sorts of ways, right, not only the abortion issue, but the way in which the overreach of the culture wars impacted how they turned out. And I think that's really important.
Well, in a lot of these races, I will say, in a lot of these races, what came up, what could and could not be taught in schools, what books could and could not be on library shelves, not just in schools, but in communities, who could and could not play school sports or get health care.
But
Errin,
also
right?
an assumption about which parents and which rights, right? Who were we talking to? And that is really, that is on us as a profession, as an industry, right, to go out and ask all parents, where are you on this? Moms for Liberty should not be dominating the conversation on parents' rights. They are not the only parents in this conversation. And yet, because they had really an outsized voice, really were such a factor in the narrative around, as we continue to talk about history and education and what should and shouldn't be taught in our schools. And you had other parents who were not being heard nearly enough. Those parents are also voters.
Yeah. Elise, of course, the inverse of this conversation, the bright spots in Kentucky and in Virginia was, here in Mississippi, if you're a Democrat, you hope that this race for governor would be more competitive. It was a little bit closer than it was last time, but the governor got reelected by 4 points. He, unlike Beshear, ran behind the other Republicans on the ballot by somewhere from 6 to 10 points, including the lieutenant governor who was up here earlier. In Louisiana, you had such a non-competitive race for governor that the Attorney General, Jeff Landry, flipped that governor's office from D to R without even a runoff. He didn't even need to go to a second round. It was so overwhelming. Now Republicans hold all those offices. So there are a lot of places where Democrats just simply cannot make inroads.
Well, and Democrats this year, he raised a lot of money, but
Yep.
money doesn't necessarily help when it comes in towards the end of the game. The money has to be spent in the years prior and organizing and on the ground. And the problem, frankly, I wonder when a Democrat is going to be able to win a statewide office again in Mississippi, because the voter polarization is such that voters do not cross the aisle the way that they used to. And it gets into a broader topic of extremism in voting, but the electorate, what scares me the most when I go out and I do focus groups is just the visceral hatred that so many people have for the other side. And it causes us to not be able to have a strong two-party system where we have the kind of debate that we need, because both sides are just so vehemently opposed to each other that we can't even get to that place in the beginning. And so you see where in Mississippi, we are a one-party state, and it really harms us in terms of the policy outcomes. And I don't see that changing anytime soon. And frankly, like, my theory on it is that a strong independent needs to come in and run. And that would be the only way that you could actually stand a chance of getting the percent you need.
Eddie, local elections have been nationalized for some time. This is not a new phenomenon. But the idea that at the local level where the decisions are made and people's lives are affected and where there's real accountability because you see the governor or the mayor in the grocery store, right? That seems to now have been replaced by a sense that everybody is, if you're a Republican in Mississippi or in my home state of Texas, no matter who you're running against or what you're running for, your opponent is Joe Biden or Nancy Pelosi. We've nationalized everything, even races down at the local level. Can you talk about how you think that affects this?
Political science, social scientists have made the case over the last decade or so that political identities have become critical to our understanding of our personal identities. So it's not so much a disagreement around policy, it's an existential disagreement. I'm a Republican, and it's constitutive, I'm not a Republican, by the way, but it's constitutive of how I understand myself, the values that follow from that self-understanding. And so that flows downward, right? It's not just simply a matter of national politics, it's the way in which I understand myself, it's the way in which I understand my relations, it's the way in which I understand what it means to be a certain kind of a human being in the world. Yep. And so how does one break through that, particularly in the context of the South? Because your opening question begged a kind of historical framing. There's a reason why the South looks the way it looks politically. And it has everything to do with the mid-20th century Second Reconstruction. It has everything to do with us trying to address the ghost that haunts this place, that has it by the throat. And it seems to me that if we're going to get beyond the existential divide, we could call it deep partisanship or however we want to describe it, we're going to have to get rid of the labels and actually speak to where people actually are. Andy, hold on, let me say that for a quick. Andy Beshear is interesting, not because he's a third-wave Democrat. We can't make that move.
Right.
And what I mean by that is not because he's Republican light, right? It's because he's actually addressing the issues of folk on the ground in ways that speak to them. Some ways I think we have to become, and this may sound like the musings of an academic in the ivory tower, we have to get beyond the labels of Republican and Democrat, it seems to me, because we're stuck in a politics that has been defined by the era of Reagan. And it seems to be out of step with our actual experience on the ground. And when you have language that doesn't match experience, you're going to misdescribe over and over again what happens. It's a lag in terms of how we're thinking about our politics, particularly in the South.
Errin, jump in there.
And this, yes, absolutely +1 to everything that you are saying. And what you are also doing is making the case for why local journalism matters. Thank you all so much for being here. This means that you care about local journalism. This means that you understand the need for local journalism in this country. Local journalism is the fabric of our community.
Yes, indeed.
It is what gives us a common language as neighbors, as friends, as parents at your kids' schools, at church, even if you don't all go to the same church. I miss being on a campaign trail and going and being on the ground and being able to pick up a local newspaper, looking at the front page, reading the letters to the editor. That tells me more than anything that I
Well, there's a more sophisticated understanding of much of the stuff that Eddie was just talking about, right? If you go into a community like that, you have a sense of this not as a politicized national issue, but what's actually happening on it.
what communities care about, and
Right.
what those readers are expecting.
Yeah. I like the fact that Elise, you mentioned the question of rural versus urban. Again, I'm using my own experience in Texas as an example. You know, rural folks in Texas represent now only about 10% of the population of a very fast-growing state. 30 million Texans, only 3 million in rural communities, 10% of the population, smallest percentage in the history of Texas. But they decide the outcomes of every election. The reason that Ted Cruz beat Beto O'Rourke, the reason that Donald Trump beat Joe Biden in the last election was because of rural communities turning out. That is a fundamental problem as this political conversation proceeds into states like Mississippi and Texas. If Democrats can't figure out how to talk to folks in rural communities, it's game over. The math is not there.
Yeah, and by over-focusing on metropolitan areas that they already dominate and not focusing on the concerns of rural voters, they just cede ground. And it's kind of amazing to just watch it happen over and over and over. And so many donors going for shiny objects, celebrity candidates in races that might be sexy to cover on television, but that aren't actually, with candidates who just don't have a chance to win.
Right.
And when they, and it just, there's a condescending element to it of we aren't even going to bother going there that really bugs me. And I think it's, it's a bigotry of a certain form that, there's just no point in even trying to go there. Why not, why are we going to invest in that place? And voters can sense that. They sense it. They know it. They know when they're being looked down on. And so you hear frequently, when I'm in focus groups, I hear frequently about the complaint about, Democrats as a national party just being like, they look down on us. Mm-hmm. And that you don't vote for people who you perceive as looking down at you.
Evan, can I jump in real quick?
Please.
It's just really, it's really complicated, though, in a number of ways, because rural voters, East Coast vote, all of this becomes proxies for the ways in which we mark race in our political language. And so, what's Tim's last name in Ohio?
Tim Ryan.
Tim Ryan runs in Ohio.
Pro worker.
Pro worker.
This is for the U.S. Senate.
For the U.S. Senate,
Right.
and he's pitching these particular voters. He's coming after them, right? And the assumption is that, of course, these voters are just simply white voters, when in fact they're white, black, poor, black, brown, rural voters and the like. And because he's pitching it so hard, Cleveland doesn't show up. Columbus doesn't show up with the numbers that they should show up, and he loses. And so the question becomes, how do we make the pitch to rural voters without, in some ways, doing the work of reinscribing the ways in which race segments us in terms of who matters and who doesn't matter? Does that make sense, or am I running my mouth?
No, you're exactly right.
And also recognizing who gets to be a rural voter, right? We are here in the Black Belt. Black people are also rural voters, like they realize this in Georgia, right? You had grassroots organizations fanning out all across that state. And here's the other thing with gerrymandering. Rural voters know my vote doesn't count necessarily in a year where my district is so gerrymandered that, no matter who I vote for, I'm not going to be represented. But in a presidential year, you look at what the turnout is in some of those rural counties.
Right.
Those people stand up because they know one person, one vote feels very real for them on that day, in that year. It doesn't feel real for them when they know that their district has been chopped up in such a way that they just won't be counted.
Stay with this idea of how you appeal to rural voters. Elise mentioned, I think very correctly, that candidates matter. But don't issues also matter, Errin? One of the things that I see is candidates who are attempting to get the rural vote talk about issues in rural communities that are much more issues that appeal, at least in theory, to urban voters. They don't actually go in and talk about kitchen table issues, economic anxiety, access to health care. It tends to be things that don't really appeal. Am I missing that? It's a disconnect.
The economy, education, healthcare, these are issues that matter to all voters, but they mean different things in different places.
Say more about
that. And so are you going to ask rural, when you do, you do a poll and people say, the economy is my number one issue. Well, what do you mean by that? Like, it's on us to follow up with people to ask them, what do you mean by that? Like, with especially with this presidential election, given the way that things are going, we already know who the candidates are. Who are the voters? Like, that is our opportunity next year, to ask them what they mean by the economy being your top issue, or you're concerned about education, right? What is your economic anxiety? What is your situation on the ground, and how is that motivating you to participate in this democracy?
Right. At least this rural-urban fault line is one fault line that we have to pay attention to as we think about politics through the lens of this region. Another is the Republican versus Republican fault line, because if you assume, Erin's points, all very good notwithstanding, that this is largely for now a Republican-dominated region, the question becomes which Republican flavor or stripe. Trumpism versus what we think of as traditional conservatives. We heard the Lieutenant Governor of Mississippi up here very early today, and I thought this is a brand of Republicanism that is not necessarily in favor in a lot of places right now. So how do you sort the R versus R part of this in a region like this? What happens?
Well, it's actually testament to Lieutenant Governor, his popularity as a candidate, that he even got elected, because he is, considered by a lot of conservatives here to be somewhat of a rhino, and I don't consider that to be a bad term, but it is today. And I would say that there just isn't much of a competition, that Trumpism is won.
Even in the states where you have candidates in the primary from southern states, even in those states, he's winning.
Yes, he is the nominee. It's to think otherwise at this point is just sheer delusion. But you look at how the National Party, back in the day, weren't political parties created to exercise their might and to make sure that you didn't have terrible candidates that were going to destroy democracy? Today, not so much. Not so much.
Yep.
The Republican Party, the RNC chair has power, the party has power, yet they are so petrified of losing their power within the party that they're not going to do anything and get behind a candidate or help push a candidate, help maneuver, all of that nasty insider DC game that, kind of should be done, frankly, and maybe we wouldn't be in this position since 2016, but I digress. Trumpism is it. It's one. It's where the money is. It's how you get past the primary. Done. Game, set, match for the Republican Party.
Eddie, sometimes the answer is the thing that's right in front of you, only you don't see it. Both Errin and Elise have effectively said we know who the candidates in this election are. We know who the candidates in this election are. It's that simple, right? Something monumental would have to happen to derail that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I don't know what that is, to be honest with you, even if it's a conviction.
Right. Well, in fact,
A conviction is the only thing that I think
could derail.
Would have impact.
But there's polling that suggests that what does not kill him makes him stronger, right?
Exactly.
That the
Shy of a
indictments
conviction,
it might actually make his folks go closer to him rather than farther from.
So shouldn't we be asking ourselves the question, why?
Yes.
So
asking voters.
I'm asking the three of you why. Take your best shot, Errin. Not shy as always. Go get him.
Why are we back here?
Why are we back? Why are we here in a place where it defies gravity and logic when you look at the facts on the ground that we're heading into a cycle that is setting up the way that this one is?
Because he has managed to convince voters. Again, the weaponization of white grievance is on full display here. And so this is not just his fight. This is not just his trial. He has said, I am your retribution.
He's literally said those words,
yes,
literally.
If we cover this as business as usual,
right.
as opposed to, this is not business as usual.
So step back for a second. All of us are media or media adjacent on this stage, right? We, the royal we, the media, are we walking into the same bear trap that we walked into last time in terms of how we're thinking about this race?
Listen, the 19th is not. Let me just say that. First and foremost, that is literally why we exist, because these narratives should not be allowed to persist if we are not prepared as a profession to say that 2024, once again, is going to come down to issues of race and gender on the ballot. That is what this election is about. And we need to be very clear about this election and what it says about who and where we are as a country in this moment. 2020, Joe Biden saying, it's a battle for the soul of America. This is not who we are. 2024, who are we? That is the question of this election.
Elise, do you agree, dotted line or straight line, everything in this election goes back to race and gender?
I think that's oversimplifying it a bit. I think that you're going to have plenty of voters who are low information voters, about 50 million of them, who are going to show up in 2024 on election day, and they're going to vote based on the economy. And there are going to be probably a lot of Hispanic voters among those voters who vote on the basis of the economy if the polling and the trend lines hold. So yes, I do think that abortion is huge. I think that the racism that Donald Trump stoked is what propelled him and is what led our country into this horrible place, this cesspool. But I think if we dismiss that alone, then Donald Trump has a better chance of getting elected because we aren't fighting the war that we need to fight. And I'm not saying that the war against, the racism and the war against women is not a war worth fighting, but it comes down to some campaign tactics too. And if you want to win a campaign, you gotta do things that aren't necessarily where your lofty ideals might be.
Eddie,
He's
go
about
ahead.
to jump off the couch.
No, because
Like, Eddie, hold on.
No, I think Elise and Errin are right on point, and I don't think they're disagreeing, because I think at the heart of the matter, I just sounded like I was from Mississippi. At the heart of the matter is this existential question.
It's existential.
That there are voters who hold the view that the country that they think is theirs is no longer theirs. And they will render that claim in a number of different ways. I can't afford to send my kids to college. I can't afford to put food on the table. These people, these racially ambiguous children on Cheerios commercials are overrunning the country.
Right.
These liberals who are really hippies, who really just don't have any moral center, are actually, they become Sodom and Gomorrah in some ways, right? So
Barbie's corrupt.
Yeah, barbarism has overrun the gates.
Barbie, the movie.
Barbie and barbarism have overrun the
Barbiism,
So this existential question, that's why, who are we? This existential question, which always emerges in moments of crisis in the country's history.
Yep.
And if you respond to the existential question, Evan, with policy, you're going to lose.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
If you're arguing that we're the most responsible in the face of someone who believes that they're fighting for their lives,
right,
you're going to lose, as we saw in 2016.
Right.
And as we see in this current moment, not that we're going to lose, but whoever that we is,
Right.
but you know what I mean.
Elise, let me ask you about Joe Biden. We've not really talked about Joe Biden very much here in the half hour, but I want to bring up the fact that in this part of the country, Joe Biden's disapproval ratings run ahead of the national disapproval ratings, right? Mississippi, 61% disapproval. Alabama, 62. Georgia and Louisiana, 56. Kentucky, 61. Tennessee, 62. South and North Carolina, 59 and 57% respectively. I saw today that unemployment has remained below 4% for the longest stretch in the history of modern America, maybe ever. Gas prices have declined for 60 consecutive days. We saw stories on the front page of every paper every day that they went up. We've seen very few stories on the days they've gone down. I know, like, I'm making a pitch for Bidenomics. I'm not. But you talked about the economy first as an issue. There are a lot of signs that don't seem to be getting through here. What's going on?
This is kind of a pet peeve of mine, Evan. I'm sorry.
Go, jump on me. I'm here for you.
We can't be lecturing how things are really getting better when real wages haven't gone up and people haven't gotten increases
really
in
the
their
material
salaries.
issue. That's
yes,
the material
that
issue.
people.
It's just inflation.
Yes, and inflation has overcome it, so people don't see a tangible benefit when their lives are better.
Did he do that?
No, but people are going to blame him.
You're the guy in charge. You're to blame,
Yep.
even if you're not responsible.
Yep.
That's how that works.
That's how it works.
Right.
You're not going to have voters thinking about, macro and microeconomics and going deep into the theory.
Yeah.
You're going to have them voting by how much milk is and how much gas costs.
Right. Errin, you have in Mississippi, the order of this is Mississippi, Louisiana, and Georgia have the highest percentage of black voters relative to their overall population of any states in the country. Alabama and South Carolina are not very far behind. Why is the first black vice president of the United States not sent to the South every day between now and Election Day to talk to people about the successes of this administration? You know the vice president. Where is she? Why is she not part of this conversation?
Well, first of all, we don't know that she won't be.
Just asking why she hasn't been to this point.
Well, she just did a college tour where she was talking to young voters, and a lot of that
Howard
through the
Morehouse.
South, right? Did a lot of HBCUs as part of that tour.
Right.
The thing is, we do not cover what the vice president does on a general basis. I mean, just as a profession, we do not really pay attention to what the vice president
why
is
not?
doing. Because in this country, we do not think that the vice president does very much. And even though we have a historical figure, a non-traditional person in a traditional role, again, the way that our political journalism works, it's like, oh, well, she's just the vice president, it doesn't matter. That's not true. Right. Like, the black folks want to see what the first black vice president, the first black woman serving as vice president, is doing. She is somebody that does connect with people when she is in these settings and when she is at these events. And so I think that she absolutely is going to be an effective surrogate, as she was in 2022 for the midterms. And I think that she is somebody that is going to want to be out on the campaign trail making the case, particularly to black voters, about why they need to show up. Again, because black turnout absolutely is going to be, again, a part of the deciding factor in whether or not they get to have a second term.
And if they don't do it, Evan is going to beat Louisiana over again.
Yeah, you think, again.
Louisiana, what happened with Landry getting elected, look at the turnout. Look at the turnout in New Orleans. If you don't mobilize, if you don't organize, if you don't excite,
that's a tell.
And that work starts now. It is not, 6 weeks out.
Here's what I find concerning, though. Do black voters feel like the Biden administration has delivered for them? And when I was doing focus groups in Georgia, it was pretty dismal. They were like, what's he done on voting? Abortion's taken away. The economy's still, economy's not the best. It was a little bit depressing. And also, that was kind of the same, just the specific, I don't want to over extrapolate just based on, one group, but a lot of black women who they really voiced that they didn't feel that Kamala had really been their advocate. Now, this was a year ago. Things might change, but I was really surprised. And it was like one of those moments when you're having one of those groups when you're like, whoa, I would not want to be the politician and overhearing what they're saying about you now.
And yet, if democracy is on the ballot, black women are clear on what that means. Yes. And so we're a year out. They know what needs to be done. For them, it is not even necessarily about the candidate. Elections are not a marriage. They're a one-night stand. I'm sorry, I'm probably not supposed to say that here.
That's a pretty good last line, isn't it?
People are clear on what they got to do, and you don't have to be in love with this person to vote for this, and to vote for your self-interest and self-preservation.
Right. All right, we are more than out of time. Obviously, this is a topic that we could spend hours and hours talking about. Please give our great panel a hand. Errin Haines, Eddie Glaude, and Elise Jordan. We're so lucky to have them. Thank you very much.
Please welcome Atlantic Executive Vice President of Marketing, Tyler Watson.
Hi, everybody. Oh, hello? Hello, hello? Can you hear me? There I am. All right. Hi, everybody. I'm Tyler Watson. I'm the Executive Vice President of Marketing at The Atlantic. I feel incredibly underqualified to be sharing the stage with these incredible speakers. Can we give it up really quickly for the speakers from this morning's session? I hope you enjoyed this morning's session. We're going to take a quick break for lunch, and before we do, I have some news that you can use. So, lunch is available now up on the roof. At 12:25, please join us back here on the main stage for a conversation on the business case for women's economic security, produced by our underwriter, W.K. Kellogg Foundation. At 1:25, we'll have 3 breakout sessions. On this stage, we'll host a discussion on investigating Mississippi's most powerful position, the sheriff. On the roof, we'll discuss the state of maternal health, access, outcomes, and the path forward. And on the first floor, we'll have a conversation on reimagining K-12 education. Following those sessions, we'll regather here at 2:25 for our afternoon plenary session. We hope to see you back here later this afternoon. Thank you so much.
Please take your seats. The program will begin momentarily. Please take a moment to silence your cell phones. The program is about to begin. Please welcome Atlantic Senior Vice President of Partnerships, Molly Cox.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Molly Cox. I am really thrilled that you are all here today to join us, especially for this afternoon's intriguing breakout conversation, Strong Women, Strong Mississippi, the business case for women's economic security. It is produced by our underwriter, W.K. Kellogg Foundation. Most families in Mississippi living in poverty are headed by single women. They are pushed into low-wage jobs and face challenges like affordable childcare and access to health care that make it more difficult for them and their children to thrive. During this discussion, state and national leaders will consider the lived experiences of women in Mississippi, what our state and national economy stands to gain when women are economically secure, and how to forge a path to prosperity that leaves no Mississippi family behind. I want to thank again W.K. Kellogg Foundation for their generous support of today's program, State of Our Union. And now, please welcome to the stage Cassandra Welchlin, Executive Director, Mississippi Black Women's Roundtable; Ryan Miller, Executive Director of Accelerate MS; Dr. Nikitra Burse, CEO and Principal Strategist at Six Dimensions; Melissa Boteach, Vice President for Income Security and Child Care Early Learning at the National Women's Law Center; and finally, our moderator, Rhea Williams-Bishop. She is Director of Mississippi and New Orleans Programs at W.K. Kellogg Foundation. Enjoy.
So now that we're all situated, good afternoon, you all. I am Rhea Williams-Bishop. Thank you all for joining us today. As I already told you, I'm the Director of Programming for Mississippi and New Orleans with the W.K. Kellogg Foundation. And I just have to take a point of personal privilege and thank the Atlantic for being here in Jackson, Mississippi, to thank Mississippi Today, all of our partners who are here on the stage and in the audience. You all have been a wonderful audience, and the energy in this room is just totally phenomenal. So we're here today to talk about Strong Women, Strong Mississippi, the business case for women's economic security. And at the W.K. Kellogg Foundation, most of you all who know us, we envision a world in which all children thrive. Making this vision a reality is what we're all about. That's our mission. But in order for children to thrive, we know that their families need to be economically secure and be thriving as well. Here in Mississippi, 3/4 of all women are considered the primary breadwinner in their homes, and they are indeed the backbone of our economy here in the South. Yet 20% of women live in poverty, which means so do their children. It's the highest poverty rate in the U.S. If women in Mississippi received pay that's comparable to men, the poverty rate for working women would be cut more than half. The poverty rate of children with working mothers would be cut by 1/3. And the Mississippi economy would have an additional $4.15 billion with a B in wage and salary income. Very compelling. It makes economic sense then that we make sure that women prosper so that their families and their communities can prosper. But women face enormous challenges: unequal pay, stuck in low-wage jobs, and unable to afford childcare or access to quality health care. So today we'll hear from state and national leaders about the lived experiences of women in Mississippi and consider what our state and national economies stand to gain when women are economically secure and how we help them get there. So we're so excited for this important conversation, so let's jump right in. We'll start with the challenges. And so the first question I'll pose would be to Cassandra. And we'll talk about the obstacles that women are facing. So Cassandra, for us, would you please talk about what's happening in the workplace? Women make up nearly half the workforce, but 2/3 of these women are paid the federal minimum wage, which is just $7.25 per hour. Criminal. That's what's caused the highest rate of poverty in this country for women. So I'll start with you. What are employers doing, and are they doing enough to support women employees?
Thank you, Rhea, and it's so good to be here with all of you all. This is definitely an important conversation. It actually triggered a story, Rhea, in my mind, actually my own personal story. 48 years ago, long time ago, my mom was just making $2.13 working at the state office, and she would have to take me to work with her, hide me in the utility closet with her colleague because she didn't have access to child care. Where you at, Mama? Wave your hand. That was in the 70s, and she worked right across the street from the state capitol. And those men could have had the opportunity to write a law that would raise her salary so that she could send me to child care. And we're still in that same struggle. And so when 50 years later, and when Rhea talks about who the breadwinners are, and we're also talking about 8 out of 10 are Black women that are struggling, right? And so we are the breadwinners of our households. And so this conversation is rooted at the intersections of race, gender, and economic justice. And so these are the kind of conversations that we are pushing and that we are struggling with here. So what we're dealing with, women are still making $7.25. And then we have a tip wage of $2.13. And so what does that mean? That means that she's still living in poverty and she's working maybe 2 and 3 jobs just to make ends meet. And so that means she doesn't have we're talking about kitchen table kind of conversations. We're talking about she needing money to put groceries, on the table, money to go to child care for her children, money so that she can put food on the, not just food on the table, but she's needing food for aftercare, for her children, right? So all of those kinds of things, utilities, rent. And so employers still aren't doing enough. We're talking about a state in Mississippi that still have one of the worst wage gaps in the country. Black women are making 55 cents on the dollar. We tried several years ago to pass a good equal pay law. Mississippi has an equal pay law, but it is an unequal pay law because it gives employers the right to discriminate against the employee. We now have a federal law right now that provides pregnancy accommodations for employees, but we're having to educate workers about what their rights are. So those are some of the things that employees are still fighting for and working for. So I never can have these conversations without grounding it again in reality. So I have a worker here. Lakeisha, will you stand up, Lakeisha? Lakeisha is working for a call center in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, at Maximus. And what she does is she enrolls people in for their affordable health care. But yet Maximus is not giving her access to health care. And so she is struggling just to pay her own health care, and she doesn't have minimum wage, right? She doesn't have minimum wage, doesn't have a living wage, so she had to move out of her own home, lost her house, and has moved in with her mother, her parents, and she still doesn't have affordable child care. These are some of the things that are happening with our employers.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Cassandra. So Ryan, let's turn to you. Can you explain to us in your role the important role that Accelerate Mississippi plays, some of the obstacles that you are actually seeing from your vantage point, and for all women, but in particular women of color in the state today?
Absolutely. First of all, thank you again for the opportunity to be here. I think so often when given the opportunity to be on stage and to talk about what we do, I don't want it to go without saying that this is really helpful for me to learn and to hear and to absorb and to cogitate on important issues. So this is as much a benefit for me as it is anyone else in the room to hear and understand and learn. So thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for this chance to learn. Accelerate Mississippi, if I can kind of boil it down to its essence, is an organization that was created to try to help people, and certainly within the context of this conversation, women in Mississippi who play such a vital role in our economy gain more access to career paths that we define as higher trajectory. Those being those career paths that would lead to jobs that yield salaries and wages above the median household income in a way that expands access to resources within our K through 12 career technical education programs, our community college workforce and CTE sides of the house, and even at our four-year institutions, gaining access, more access to those programs that we know lead to jobs that can potentially create financial health and stability in households that may never have had that opportunity before. And I can share personally, I have 3 children at home. I always share this. I have Shirley Kate, who's 13, Gracie, who's 11, and Max, who's my little rug rat, and he's 8 years old. I come to work thinking about how do we create these pathways so that my children, and obviously and specifically my daughters, have opportunity right here in Mississippi to be on those high trajectory career pathways. So we do that by working with our community colleges. We have 15, all of whom have programs in a workforce short-term training, more of a credential side of the house, and others that are credit-bearing, our career technical education side of the house, and we try to identify in what we call our ecosystem approach. We have identified what we call 8 ecosystems in the state, 8 geographic regions where we think have some uniqueness, common issues, yes, for the state, but also unique issues. And how do we identify career opportunities in those ecosystems and around the state and maximize, grow, enhance, augment those workforce programs to allow more people to have access? Here's the thing that you asked about obstacles. Here's some of the obstacles that we've been exposed to in the first 2.5 years of existence. We've only been around about 2.5 years now. Capacity is a huge issue. We might have great programs, but we don't have enough resource to expand that program to ensure that the students who are in line wanting to gain access to it, including, and in very much in a real sense, those young women in lower socioeconomic communities, those women who are in situations that probably are the ones who need that access the most, we don't have enough capacity. And so any funding over which we have responsibility in large parts have been focused on expanding that capacity. That's an obstacle. I would say lack of awareness. I think we take for granted that people just know about the opportunity right down the street from where they live. We haven't done enough to advocate and to make aware the public to the opportunities that exist within their educational systems, and then getting them and meeting them where they are to get them access to that. So it's an awareness issue. Any tangible resources, new equipment. You can go into some career technical education centers throughout the state and they're using antiquated equipment that hasn't been updated for decades, equipment that is based on technology that is long since past its prime and does not dovetail to the industries in their region that might provide them a better, more accurate representation of what they can expect when they get into the job market. But the three that I would say are more germane to this conversation that I've heard from industry partners, education leaders, and community leaders are lack of affordable, reliable transportation, a lack of financial literacy education, understanding what it means if you get into this position where you have a high trajectory career, what that means, your earning potential, and hopefully being able to put them on a path where they are earning what they deserve and they are earning to their potential. And then also the affordable, reliable, non-traditional hour childcare. We know that there are so many single moms in the state of Mississippi that absolutely need available resource to take advantage of training, classes, educational opportunities that are offered in evenings, and they're not able to do that because the availability of childcare during non-traditional hours is minimal. So those are probably the most prevalent that we have encountered, and certainly have been very, we've tried to be proactive with our partners and other state agencies and other state institutions to try to come up with some creative and innovative solutions to overcoming those obstacles.
Thank you so much for making your reference to childcare. We'll revisit that and touch on it in a moment. But first, let's shift to Nikitra and talk a little bit about health. So we know that many Mississippi women are stuck in low-wage hourly jobs that don't have access to employer-provided health care or even paid medical leave, which is critical. They often have to really choose between their own personal health care and taking care of their families, which is a tough place to be as a mom. How does health care play a role in women's economic security? And then what are some of the issues that women face regarding maternal care and social services from your vantage point?
Yeah, and thank you all for having us this afternoon. This is such an important conversation. When we talk about access to health care, I think it's important to acknowledge the quality part. Access to health care is one piece, but depending on where you live in this state, quality health care is a big piece of that. And so if we're couching this in the context of economic security, when women have access to quality health care, then they are good to make good health decisions for themselves and their families. If I'm worried about the food on my table, my transportation, all of these things that have been previously mentioned, I can't make good health decisions for myself and my family. And when we talk about careers, I don't think we can take this conversation out of these systemic barriers that Black women specifically face. I work mostly around maternal mortality. We often think of this issue as like this singular issue. Woman gets pregnant, she goes to the doctor, she gets either severely ill or even worse, dies. That's not how it happens. It's a combination of all of these life events, her environment, before we even get to that point of needing childcare and careers. And so those stressors not only impact her ability to move up and gain some type or some sense of economic security, but they also just impact her physical ability to do work, her physical ability to have good health outcomes. And so if mom goes in the hospital with postpartum hypertension or blood pressure, that didn't just happen. That happened over the course of her lifespan. And that's from preconception to postpartum up beyond that point. And so when we think about access to health care, yes, Mississippi has extended that postpartum care to 365 days. Thank you. But when we look at that, I told someone that at a conference, they were like, that's the floor. But, you know, we're making progress there. But when we think about that, we need health care even beyond that. And we can't look at this issue without saying what job a woman has is directly connected to the type of health care that she can receive. And that's just important, and I don't think we can leave that off. And so as we try to navigate these systems, some of the barriers that people face, if we know that breastfeeding is directly linked to productivity, well, if your location doesn't have a policy that supports breastfeeding moms, then your productivity goes down. Cassandra, and she's missing more days. Cassandra just mentioned pregnancy accommodations, and we talk about preterm birth in this conversation. Well, we know that from the work that I've done, women are saying, we don't need to work up to the date of delivery. For me, I have been fortunate enough to be able to go into an office so I could work up to the day of delivery. But someone working in retail or another position that requires them to be on their feet, that increases their risk of preterm labor. Then you have even more issues that you're looking at. And so we can't even get to the transportation and childcare because mom has so many issues that she's dealing with that are not her fault and are often by design of the systems that she has to navigate. And so when we talk about social services and all those other barriers, we don't have a coordinated system of care that allows women to navigate the way that they need and receive all of the resources that they need in one place. Some of the conversations that I've had around women, I went into the conversations blind. Healthcare, we're talking about what happens when you go into the system and you encounter a provider. But the conversation is so much bigger. Many women are saying, what, black women specifically, what can I leave to my family? What does generational wealth look like? And if you're in a low-income job, it's hard to see that light at the end of the tunnel or education or make those education choices for your family. So I always say public health and healthcare in all things. And if we don't have access to that quality care, I can tell mom any day, you can change your provider up to, delivery date if you want to, but what if she only has those 2 providers in her location? And so those issues before we even get to baby being here and looking for child care are looming, and they are not just like this big weight on their shoulders, but it's a physical weight. There is research that says that black women, and it's weathering is the concept, black women, the social pressures of just being a black woman and trying to navigate this society are physically aging black women's bodies. And so when we look at the numbers around maternal mortality, that's where it comes from. And so we just can't have this conversation without thinking about those specific situations. And we often look at numbers, and I'm wrapping up, but Cassandra and I like to tell stories. We look at the numbers, but I always connect those numbers to people I know. My sister, and she has a degree, she has family, all this American dream that we're told to have. And she has preterm birth because of preeclampsia. She lives in Starkville, Mississippi, has to come here to be delivered. Her baby was in the NICU for 8 months. She had to live with me. And so during that time living with me, she's away from her job. But the fortunate part is that she had a great advantage because she worked at a university. People gave her a lot of time. They donated time. But the unfortunate part is that most women, that's a phenom. Yeah, and we know how to advocate for her to get what she needs. But the women that we encounter on a daily basis do not have that. And we have to center that in all of our conversations.
Yes.
Wow, you have really connected those dots for us. So Melissa, let's hear from you. So we've talked about these obstacles and challenges at the Mississippi level. What are you seeing at the national level? Are some of these same issues showing up?
Yes. So first of all, thank you for having me here and listening to these amazing panelists. It's very clear that a lot of the conversations that are happening in DC are divorced from the reality of what is happening in real people's lives. Sometimes we hear people say, poverty is a choice. Well, it is. It's a political choice. It is a political choice. saw child poverty go down by nearly half when we had about a year of an expanded child tax credit in place. And then we let it expire and we saw child poverty double. We talked about during the pandemic, all of a sudden everybody recognized, oh my gosh, we have a care crisis in this country. I mean, I could have told you that. But it's, okay, let's use this moment we got the American Rescue Plan stabilization dollars for childcare. Well, guess what? Those dollars expired September 30th. And so now we are seeing across the country similar stories in every state where there was just a survey done that came out 2 weeks ago about since the cliff on September 30th, 1 in 4 parents have seen their childcare prices go up. We've seen about 1 in 4 providers have to say that who've received the stabilization funds that they have not been able to sustain the pay increases. And one thing I want to just sort of bring into the conversation overall, sort of similar to the way you did with public health, and I love the way you drew everything together, is that with a lot of these issues, I mean, women are not living single issue lives. And so you look at something like childcare, for someone to be able to go to be on a path for a high wage job, they have to have childcare for their family. Guess what wages those childcare workers are making? They're making minimum wage or a little bit above that too. They're struggling to find and afford care for their own children. And so rather than just playing musical chairs with low paid jobs, we need to really be addressing the structural issues that are preventing women and families. That means taking care of our healthcare system. It means increasing wages. It means a tax policy that asks wealthy individuals and corporations to pay their fair share, and so using those revenues to support investments in the very families that we're talking about. So yes, poverty is a choice. And it's one that our lawmakers continue to make every time they fail to invest in women and families in Mississippi.
Thanks, Melissa. So we're going to shift at this point and talk a little bit about solutions, because we don't want to just point out all the obstacles and the problems without giving you something to hang your hat on around solutions. So Ryan, can you share an example or two from your work with Accelerate and how public-private partnerships have played a role here in Mississippi to help us get to some of those solutions?
Sure. So I would characterize the work that we're doing in trying to help solve some of these issues. And let me be very clear to say I realize how complex so many of these issues are, and we play a very small part in that, but we're trying to do the best we can to maximize. If we have 1% of the responsibility, we bear 100% of that 1%. And so trying to do things that again, increase the likelihood that our young Mississippians, young women in Mississippi have access to these pathways, we're certainly committed to finding those innovative solutions. So I would characterize and kind of break it down into kind of 3 categories. There's partnership or partnered programs, there's policy discussion, and there's some free market influence that we tend to look at in Accelerate. First of all, the programmatic side, we have been given responsibility over funding through ARPA and through some state funds that we have tried to identify partners who recognize, we call these domino factors or wraparound services, to try to address some of these things. And I wanted to highlight just a couple of those, if I can. A good one that comes to mind is very, many of you might be aware of, is the Refill Cafe here in West Jackson that we're so proud to partner with because we recognize they offer great workforce training opportunities. They provide financial literacy education. They do provide some transportation services for those, many of whom are single mothers, trying to learn and get access to some training and some education that helps put them on a better path. And Jeff Good and I have had numerous conversations as to how that's just the tip of the iceberg, and certainly looking more for those collaborative conversations. That's a good example of us trying to rely on those philanthropic organizations, community organizations that have seen some success and try to help them build, grow, and enhance and augment that success. The Delta Health Alliance is another organization with whom we've had a grant program, an organization that is providing a plethora of workforce training throughout the Mississippi Delta, but they're also providing early Head Start programs for families in the Delta so that children can gain access to some educational resources earlier on, and also free up the opportunity for those parents and many of them single mothers themselves gaining access to work environments, employment opportunities. So the Delta Health Alliance is another organization that has had success in the past. We're learning from that success and trying to invest dollars that we believe have a strong return on investment for helping these Mississippi families get better footholds. And then I would say the policy discussion. I see Carol Burnett there in the back of the room. We participated in a Senate hearing last year when asked what we had seen from industry, and the number one obstacle that industry had talked about, we mentioned transportation and child care. We were asked amongst many other organizations about what we were seeing out in the marketplace, and the suggestion was made that the paternity requirement for single mothers trying to gain access to child care provision and resource through our Department of Human Services, that paternity requirement be removed to allow single mothers to gain access, more single mothers. We were asked, and certainly we offered, amongst other organizations, offered our opinion that would be helpful. And in fact, since last year, I believe there's 3,500 or so additional families now have access to those resources. So the policy discussion, debate, I'm a conservative guy. I'm the first one to say it's important to have policy discussions, to sit down and talk about them, debate them, and try to find innovative solutions. And that was one that we were happy to be a part of that conversation. The last thing I want to bring up is some of what we see in the free marketplace. 3 companies. Toyota announced yesterday, I think it was yesterday, that they are opening child care facilities on their premises, on their campus in Blue Springs. And I think that's a wonderful thing. They've recognized that is something they have to contend with. They have to consider that. That is a resource, that is a benefit that their employees and potential employees are asking for. And so they have thrown themselves into that ring of saying, well, this is something that we need to consider. Raytheon in Forest, Mississippi has transportation shuttles that allow for a reduced cost for employees to come from greater distances, more rural communities, to gain access to employment opportunities. And the last one I'll bring up is Summit Plastics in Summit, Mississippi, a small plastic manufacturing company that put in a health clinic on site with a nurse practitioner and a small-scale pharmacy so that the employees and their families have access to some of the health care that they might not have otherwise in that community. So I think through partnerships that we have, I think through policy discussions and debates that we need to have, and through some of these free market trends that we're seeing from companies in Mississippi, we're seeing some growth and we're seeing some progress, and certainly that needs to continue.
That's great work. So Cassandra, we're going to come back to you. You've shared the story, your personal story about your mom, still staying in the solutions area. Talk about the power of storytelling and the work that's being done to elevate women's stories as they navigate through all these issues that we've talked about. And are there stories that stand out? Give us a few of those examples.
Yeah, absolutely. It's important as we all do this work, and as Nikitra says, this is also personal for us. We are in community, from community. These are our people. And so we want to make sure there's a face to who's being impacted by it. And so we always ground it in people's stories, because for us, you can't argue with someone's experience, right? You just can't argue with them. And we want to be able to control the narrative, because we understand media can put their own spin on it. But we want to be able to tell their truth. And so storytelling is so key and important. And so, glad you asked. Glad you asked. So we did a storytelling project called Mississippi Voices, the fight for health care for Black and Latinx women in the state of Mississippi. As Ryan said, women and Melissa, women don't live singular lives. So while this focus is on women's quality access to health care, it's also about child care. It's also about wages. And so we did 20 stories of women. We needed to understand what was happening in their lives when it came to maternal health, when it came to seniors just trying to get basic prescriptions and not trying to barter. We did stories with women such as Lakeisha, such as Phyllis. I don't know if Miss Phyllis is here in the room with us. Stand up, Miss Phyllis. Miss Phyllis is in this book. You know, I tell you, I bring my people with me. Miss Phyllis is in this book. Miss Phyllis had health insurance, but what she didn't have was the quality. She goes to the hospital, right? And she's having some serious issues. She could have died at home, but her husband knew enough to get my wife to the hospital, drove her to the hospital, and they don't know what's going on with her. But it was a prescription that one doctor had given her that was having an impact on her. But when she gets in the hospital, they give her back that same prescription, and she's not better. She stays in the hospital for weeks, and they released her without understanding what the solution was. But because she has an advocate, right, in her family and a community, they were able to understand and locate what the issue is. That story is in this book. Go to MSBWR website and download these stories. But part of it is we take these stories to the legislature, right? We hold them accountable. We hold storytelling forums in the legislative districts with people who don't want to expand Medicaid. As we heard our Lieutenant Governor talk about that, that's a pro-life issue. Pro-life from the beginning all the way to the end. You cannot argue. And if we say we want a healthy workforce, well, that means also making sure people have access to quality and access, period. And so that's the work we're fighting for, empowering these, not empowering, they already have power, helping them to own their power. Helping them to own their power so then they can go to the legislature and hold their legislator accountable and also help turn out their vote when necessary. We are nonpartisan, though. I just wanted to put that on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Cassandra. So we'll come back to Nikitra. So talk about how community-based solutions and organizations like yours are filling in some of these gaps that we spoke about earlier.
Yeah, and when we talk about filling in the gaps, I still think that it's important to recognize that we didn't create the gaps, that these gaps are systemically created and sustained, yes, through racism. And so when we're looking at community-based solutions, what is happening right now is that community-based organizations are creating these parallel systems that not only fill in the gaps of what our major systems do, but they are also helping people navigate those systems, which is very important as well. And one thing I do want to say, I heard this at a conference several years ago, and it continues to stick with me. When we talk about community-based solutions, the first thing is sustainable solutions. We can't get anywhere with 3 years, 2-3 years of little things that we're doing around the community. It has to be sustainable. But the other part of that is some of this is charity work, and it should not be. Charity is not a replacement for justice. And I continue to think about that. That has stuck with me for a while. We still need to advocate for these systems. So when we talk about what is community doing, if you look at our maternal mortality report, there are 2 reports that have been released since the committee has been established. Mental health is a big piece there. And if you talk to many providers, if there are some in the room, they may say, like an OBGYN, I may not even ask that question about mental health because I don't have a place to hand them off to. And so mental health has been so important in the community, and being able to offer that for free to many, many women, not just the organizations and programs that I work with, but so many in the community are trying to pull together mental health resources. That's therapy, group therapy, or whatever families need. But also this, when we're talking about economic security, that financial relief. Diapers cost a lot of money. Everyone doesn't have, a good baby shower that gives them diapers for a whole year. But so there are several diaper banks around here. But yesterday on a meeting with a program that I work with at Magnolia Medical Foundation, it's right around the corner, we talked about what the numbers are looking like. the diapers that were distributed just in the month of October was about 50,000. 50,000 diapers. They come in like 50 bundles of 50 that, we do. And so that, providing that type of relief for families could mean that someone gets more food on their table, or is able to pay for child care, or able to just save a few dollars for the future. And even thinking about food, there are many food pantries around here that are trying to fill the gap. People don't have food. Regardless of what we think, they do not have food. And quality food is another issue that we can't even get into today. So what community-based organizations are trying to do is, and also providing doula support, is fill in those gaps so that families have the comprehensive care that they need, that you can't get from one system. And we don't like to go, well, I got to go to this place for that and that place for that. So imagine if you have transportation issues, you're stressed, depressed, you definitely don't want to go. And so many community-based organizations are trying to house things in-house, so that you can just walk down the hall to see your social worker, or you can walk down the hall to get diapers before you leave. And there are not these restrictions and stipulations, like he just mentioned about the paternity and all that. You just walk in and tell us what you need.
A one-stop shop.
Yep, one-stop shop. That is what community-based organizations are doing.
Great, thank you. So Melissa, from the national perspective, how is your organization approaching these issues? And then let's say you had a crystal ball looking ahead. How could the 2024 elections influence women's economic security?
So the way we think about it is that policy, law, and culture all have to be in conversation with one another. You can win a policy, but then if you don't have the follow-up to make sure it's well implemented, to make sure people are educated about their rights, to make sure that the culture is shifting so that, of course, you would be asked about what accommodations you need for pregnancy, or of course there's flexibility with pumping or with whatever you need. And so that all these things have to happen in conversation with one another. And so on my team and at the Law Center more broadly, we educate the public and lawmakers about the problem and about the data and the solutions, but we're also working with media, and we're also working with cultural influencers, and we're also engaging in litigation or administrative law to make sure that we're giving feedback on, a lot of lawmaking doesn't just happen when Congress passes a bill. Then there's executive orders, there's all kinds of interpretations of the law, and it's all these little details that after the news coverage has faded, that really can affect women's and children's lives. And that's where the Law Center comes in. We're looking at those public rulemaking opportunities and ability for comments. We're looking at state houses and how we can partner with the people who are experts on the ground to provide legal and policy and culture change support. And then to Cassandra's point, the biggest expert in poverty is people who are poor. People who are struggling, they can tell you what the problems are. They know where the weaknesses in the system are. They know what the solutions are. They know what they need. They are experts. But oftentimes when you see, who's called to testify before Congress or who's asked for their expert opinion, it's someone from a think tank. It's not somebody who actually has the real lived experience of what it means. And so we partner with organizations on the ground to center the people who are most directly impacted and to center their expertise. Because as I think everyone has illustrated here, this is systemic. But a lot of times it's hard for people to grasp a systemic issue without a person. And a person whose humanity and whose story can really illustrate what it is that we're all feeling. And so I'll just give you a quick example. Is during the pandemic, and I'm guilty of this myself when our children were young, just being like, what is wrong with me that I cannot find and afford childcare? Why is this so hard? And then you start talking to other people and you realize, oh, this isn't just me. Right. This is a problem that is from decades of disinvestment. And it was more than 50 years ago that Nixon vetoed universal child care, the same time that your mom was struggling with you in the closet, And so when we start telling our stories, and each one is a gift, then we start to see that we're not alone in what we're facing, and we start to have more empathy and begin to change the culture, which creates the enabling conditions for the more structural policy and legal change. And then it's a loop. And so that is the feedback loop that the Law Center operates in partnership with many fine people in this room and on this stage.
Great. So we have a few minutes left. So the last question, and if y'all can keep it to like a minute, like a sentence. What is the narrative or perception about women and the connection to the economy that we need to change? Anybody can go first.
I can go. I have three. One is this idea that some people are deserving or not deserving of their basic needs. We are all deserving of health care. We all deserve enough food. And so this idea of we try to make these like little laws and exceptions and get all these pathways around to figure out who's deserving and who's not deserving. And we could just take the money that we use creating all those obstacles and actually provide the service, asking people what they need. That is one. Another one is this myth that, we can't afford it. It would be so nice to be able to have childcare, paid leave, or make sure that everybody had health insurance, but my goodness, we can't afford it. We can afford it? It's like, we're the richest country in the history of the world. And we have a resource at the Law Center website, nwlc.org/TTP for Tax the Patriarchy. And you can actually see what various tax revenue proposals would raise, all of which are affecting the wealthiest corporations and individuals, and then you can go shopping. You can go shopping and guess what you can get? You can get a fully refundable child tax credit that cuts child poverty in half. You can get childcare. You can get paid leave. You can get help for aging and disabled parents. You can get more money for historically black colleges and universities. All these levers of opportunity that we're talking about, in theory, require resources. And so this idea that we just can't afford to invest in people, I feel like is very, very harmful.
I just want to tag team on that, because we hear that a lot here in Mississippi and in the South. But the conversation we heard this morning from Anna, let's connect that.
I was hoping you would go there.
Yeah. Let's connect that point, which is our people are on welfare and we want to roll them off, but yet we have folks that are taking federal dollars and filling their own pocket, rich folks, right, to fill their own pockets and their own desires and their own needs. That's greed, right? That is greed, that is immoral, and that TANF money is a part of a budget. A budget is a moral document for our people here in Mississippi. In rural Mississippi, in urban Mississippi, for black Mississippians, for Latinx Mississippians, for white Mississippians, who a lot are still poor right here in Mississippi, and they need to also say so and stand up too with black women when we go before the legislature. Sorry, I'm just saying it. When we go before the legislature and we need you as allyship, stand with us, because our fate is still all connected. We're talking about structural racism. And so let's not talk about these poor folks, and we know that it's rooted in racism. They can't have it, but yet we can have it. That's wrong, and we got to stop that.
So my quick remarks are off of what Cassandra, everyone has said already, is thinking about who deserves what and who gets access to what. We know that health care it should be a right and not a privilege, but we have to listen to families. And so my quick story that I will share about this big picture of the narrative of people don't want to work, and so if they don't want to work, they're sitting at home on the couch. My mother, 40 years old, her sister dies after giving birth. She then has custody. At that time, I was a sophomore in college. My sister was a sophomore in high school. And now my mama is a single mother with a little bitty baby. She had then taken a leave of absence from work because she was in nursing school. So she was going back to school. going to nursing school. So she needed a little assistance. And when she goes down to try to get SNAP benefits, they told her $23. $23 because she had a little bit of money in her savings account. And so these policies, that's policy stuff. These policies that they are impacting people on a day-to-day basis. Often when we get the end result, it's numbers in a document that most people cannot comprehend. But if you center the narrative, center Black women, from my perspective, in this story, and just listen to the solutions. In qualitative research, we say when we listen to the same story so many times, now we can take this, analyze it, and get the solutions. We have it. We have these stories. Let's take it and keep moving the solutions forward. And I'll leave that there.
Well, I think our time is about up. I'm sorry, Ryan. I just want to close us out with this one thought. Our takeaway from this session is simply for me. I hope this is the same takeaway for you. When we do right by our women and our mothers, we do right by children.
Thank you. Seriously, you put about the best button on the end of that. When we do right by our mothers, we do right by our children. That was an inspiring conversation. Thank you to W.K. Kellogg Foundation, and thank you all for joining us. I have a little bit of housekeeping, and so if you'll bear with me here. Actually, first, before I even get into the housekeeping, if you would like to learn more about our panelists today and see some of the reports that they mentioned, you have postcards on or near your seats. There's a QR code there that you can follow. Yes. And you can also read an article about this afternoon's Strong Women, Strong Mississippi panel at everychildthrives.org. So, housekeeping. We have a lot more in store for you at State of Our Union. Up next on this stage will be a panel on investigating Mississippi's most powerful position, the sheriff. Up on the roof, we will have a conversation on mothering in Mississippi, the state of maternal health, access, and outcomes, and the path forward. And on the first floor, we will have a conversation on reimagining K-12 education. Following those sessions, we'll gather back here just before 2:30 for our afternoon plenary session. Thank you all.
The program will begin in 5 minutes. Please take your seats. The program will begin momentarily. Please take a moment to silence your cell phones. The program is about to begin. Please.
Okay. How about that? Better? Great. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Evan Smith. I'm a contributor at The Atlantic. I'm a senior advisor at Emerson Collective, and I'm excited to welcome you to this afternoon's conversation on investigating Mississippi's most powerful position, the sheriff. In rural communities, some sheriffs rule like kings. They have enormous power to hold people in jail, and they answer to no one, usually facing little scrutiny. The Mississippi Center for Investigative Reporting at Mississippi Today and the New York Times' Local Investigations Fellowship have co-published a remarkable, truly remarkable, series on the extraordinary power of Mississippi sheriffs. Latest installment dropped today, and you have to read it. It is absolutely incredible. Their investigative reporting has charted serious allegations of systemic corruption and abuse, and most recently uncovered how a narcotics squad carried out an apparent reign of terror against those they believed were involved in buying and selling drugs. Today, we will be so fortunate to hear from the journalists behind this essential reporting to discuss their work and the importance of local investigative reporting. Now, please join me in welcoming Alyssa Daly, reporter fellow at the New York Times, Brian Howie, investigative reporting fellow at the Mississippi Center for Investigative Reporting, the legendary Jerry Mitchell, founder of the Mississippi Center for Investigative Reporting at Mississippi Today, and Nate Rosenfeld, investigative reporting fellow at the Mississippi Center for Investigative Reporting. I cannot believe I get to say this, but here to lead this conversation is Dean Baquet, executive editor of the New York Times' Local Investigations Fellowship.
So can you hear me okay? Oh, great. So I want to say one quick thing before we start, which is how terrific it's been working with this crew. I actually think local investigative reporting is the hardest kind of investigative reporting because you have to name names, which means the level of proof is higher. It's just the most difficult kind, and it's the most challenged right now because it's hard for newsrooms to take the risks. It's a risk to go out and spend 3 months on a story and not, without being sure what it's going to look like at the end. And I also want to call out, if he's here, Chris Davis, who is one of my colleagues, who's edited the sheriff's stories. Chris is my partner at the Times. So let me start with a sort of big question before we get granular. I'll start with Jerry. So when you told me about this panel, you said we should say that these are the most powerful officials in Mississippi. So make the case why sheriffs are the most powerful officials in Mississippi.
Well, I think it's not restricted to Mississippi, but I think what's interesting to me is, here we are in a democratic republic where our forefathers, this nation created these checks and balances for each branch of government. But when it comes to sheriffs, they're actually a holdover from, medieval times. And there's literally no check and balance. The sheriff doesn't answer to anyone, really, other than the voters every 4 years, but they begin to amass power over time. So once sheriffs stay in multiple terms, they begin to amass more and more power, and they typically are the most powerful figure in a county, and then they become the most popular often as well. In fact, Brian Bailey, the Rankin County Sheriff we read about today, was voted the most popular politician in Rankin County at one point. So it is what happens over time, and so they amass that power, and because in these rural communities they just don't, there's no one else to basically be able to tell them no.
So I'm going to ask Alyssa a question. you and Jerry did this remarkable story. There have been 3 or 4, I guess, of these stories, including the one today. Did this remarkable story about Clay County Sheriff Eddie Scott and his history of sexual abuse allegations. So I'm going to give you the easy question,
Okay.
which is to describe the story, and then I'm going to follow up with a hard question.
Okay. Well, I think the best way to describe what this story is about is talking about how we came across it to begin with. And I can't go in too depth about that, but we were originally looking into the sheriff's office for a completely different reason. And we came across allegations of corruption. And we kept an open mind and kept digging and found that the sheriff in Clay County, Eddie Scott, had been sued for sexual harassment. And in this lawsuit for sexual harassment, there were other really disturbing allegations. One of them being allegations that were made where there was this woman who was held in jail a couple of years prior to this lawsuit and accused the sheriff of taking her out of the jail to an off-site apartment where she'd be forced to have sex with him repeatedly throughout her incarceration. And then there were other allegations where the sheriff was accused of essentially getting a deputy to, and again, just to be clear, these are all allegations, but he was accused of getting a deputy to give drugs to a drug dealer to plant drugs in this woman's car after she came forward with her allegations. And so a lot of the story at its heart is about these allegations of sex abuse and these allegations of retaliation when people come forward to talk about that.
So here's the hard question. Not long after the story ran, and I remember talking to you about this, he was reelected.
Yeah.
So why do you think that is? And how does it make you feel as an investigative reporter when you do the work, you do this sort of remarkable journalism, and it's sort of frustrating, right? Or is it?
You know, something that Jerry has always said, and I say this all this time, that I'm stealing it from you, Jerry. There is no justice without truth. And we don't know what justice looks like when it comes to that story. Nor do, that's not why we write them anyway. But we will always have truth. And the main reason why we wrote that story was to shed light on what really happened here. Sheriff Scott was reelected because he's incredibly popular. Everyone in Clay County loved him. And when the story came out, the world was horrified. But everyone in that tiny community, so many people, didn't believe that any of it was true.
Can I ask you all not to use that Jerry line? Because I'm going to use that, and I'm going to say it's my line. So just, I usually opposed to off the record, but let's make just that part off the record. Let's talk about the Rankin County stories. Talk a little. First off, for those who haven't read the stories, one of you do a description of the stories, and then talk about how it started.
So essentially the story is about this group of deputies within the Rankin County Sheriff's Department that's been using torture as a policing tactic for over 20 years. These deputies would routinely go into the homes of alleged drug users and brutalize them. And our reporting showed that they were really doing this intentionally to terrorize a certain demographic, a certain element that they did not want in the community. And we basically just found the layers and layers of this practice and all the folks who've been impacted by this.
Alleged practice.
Alleged practice.
They pleaded guilty in some of them. So, I mean,
Pleaded guilty in one case so far. The way that this got started is back in May, Jerry asked me to come out to Mississippi and take a look at the Rankin County Sheriff's Department. At that point, one of these brutal incidents had come to light, and deputies were looking down the barrel of federal and state charges. What we wanted to look at were some of the fatal incidents that these deputies were involved in to see if there was anything fishy there. And as I started reporting on that and talking to the families of people who'd lost loved ones to police violence in Rankin County, they began to tell me about people that they know who'd had run-in with Rankin County deputies, who'd been pulled over and beaten up, or taken out of their jail cells and had tasers held to their testicles. And one thing led to another. We started to realize maybe there's a pattern going on here. And Jerry made one phone call to a source who put us in touch with Rick Loveday, who's in the story. He's a former Haines County Sheriff's deputy who alleges that the deputies broke into his home in the middle of the night, dragged him out of bed half naked at gunpoint, and just beat the hell out of him in his living room. And from there, things exploded.
Was there a moment when you all thought, and obviously I would. Should I start the
Siri, you are totally right. Something went wrong.
Don't repeat that too, because I'm going to use that. Was there a moment, I talked about, I was in these discussions too, but was there a moment when you despaired and thought you either wouldn't have a story or not as good a story as you thought you could? Was there a moment when you felt like the risk felt really high? And anybody can answer that.
I think in our story, the risk felt high throughout, but it wasn't that we were worried that we didn't have a story. I think we knew we had a story. I think for us, one of the risks we were dealing with throughout was the fear of retaliation, honestly. Our sources were in such a sensitive position, and they were entrusting us with their safety and their lives. And we took, all the measures we could to try to respect and uphold that responsibility. But at the end of the day, we were all taking a gamble. And that was definitely a frightening part of the process.
And Brian, you can talk about you were contacted by one of the deputies. Talk about that.
Sure. Yeah, we did have one scary moment when someone who had worked as a confidential informant for these deputies for many years reached out to us and told us about multiple torture incidents that he claimed to have witnessed, and told us about cases we had never heard of before. And we had set up an interview with him, and I was in California at the time. Nate was here in Mississippi. He was literally walking out the door to go and interview this guy when I got a call from a Rankin County Sheriff's detective saying, I've got this guy here who's claiming that you're impersonating a law enforcement officer and harassing him. And I thought, well, what is that? And this guy basically told us, if you don't pay me a bunch of money, I'm not going to give you any more information. And we said, well, sorry, man, there's nothing we can do there. But at that point, because we had heard that the sheriff had, at this point, established a pattern of subpoenaing people's phone records without good reason, we became nervous for our sources who'd been talking to us, some of them off the record, that if the sheriff's department was clued into the fact that we were investigating them, that they may try to do that to our phone records of the people that we were talking to. And so we sort of went into like DEFCON 1 mode and switched all the burner phones and moved everyone onto encrypted apps and everything like that to be safe. But that was a nerve-wracking moment.
I always think that every great, fresh investigative story sort of comes up with a new craft. And I thought for this one it was the use of taser records, taser logs, which frankly I didn't even know existed. Talk about, again, talk about the taser logs, what they showed, when you first understood that there might be a way, because this is like the highest risk stuff, right? Think of it for a second. These are the words of people who are drug users, small-time drug dealers, against law enforcement officials, right? So you not only have to have enough sources to nail that, is there any other way to corroborate it? And I thought the taser logs were a breakthrough. Somebody talk about the taser logs.
Yeah, so
what they showed and when you first heard that there was such a thing.
Yeah, so just to give people a little bit of background, tasers, that's the name of the brand of stun gun that's used by police departments across the country. And all of these weapons are designed so that they track each use. And police departments are responsible for those records. It's a way for them to protect themselves when it's being used as it should be against liability and keep track of their officers. And I think the first time it surfaced, Brian had experience working on stories related to this in the past, but I know it was relevant for us immediately because in the Michael Jenkins and Eddie Parker case, the taser logs were part of the evidence presented in court. So we were looking at that really from square one. And we started to try to pull logs for individual officers or individual incidents, and we're starting to see some alarming patterns. So we took the step to try to figure out, can we get all of these logs? Can we look at what's happening in the department overall? First, we did it for the officers that we were interested in, and then we did it for the department as a whole. And what we found was a pattern in the cases that we looked into where there would be severe taser use, often that went far beyond national limits of what tasers are supposed to be used for. And it was odd, too. There would be, the purpose of the weapon is to stun somebody so that you can restrain them. That's how it's supposed to be used. And we would see taser use that would go on for long stretches of time. Hours. At intervals that just, it did not matter. If you just look at it on the page, you can tell that this is not how the weapon's supposed to be used. And in addition to that, the officers did not report any taser use in almost all of our cases. There were a couple where they talked about it, but often in their incident reports, there was no mention of use of force at all. So we have the time window, we have the officer, we have them using the weapon, we know where they are, and they're saying nothing happened. So that was a huge breakthrough. And another part of what we did was we analyzed the logs with the help of the data team at the Times and Big Local at Stanford, and realized that this was not just happening in the cases that we looked at, that there was really explosive taser use. We created an algorithm to sort of analyze the logs overall, and we set a really high standard for it. It was high enough that it didn't catch most of our cases. And we were finding use that was extremely dramatic. And we
Dozens of cases.
Yeah. And we actually used that to find new stories. So this was at the tail end of our reporting, and we just picked individual ones we thought were of interest. We had the time. We went to the jail booking log, figured out who was brought in by Rankin County in the hours after this taser report, found those people, and found credible evidence that they could have been tortured in that time period. And those are some of the cases featured in the story. So a next chapter for us is exploring what those logs can really reveal, because we've sort of just scratched the surface there.
So just for here's a question I'd love for each of you to answer. Most despairing moment when you thought, holy shit, that thing that I checked out didn't turn out, or I can't get this, or whatever. And then sort of most joyful moment when you nailed something. And I didn't prep them in advance for this.
Yeah. I do want to tell this one. This was when we were working on the Clay County Sheriff, and Alyssa had found that there was this woman that we had heard, she had responded on Facebook at some point. She wouldn't talk to Alyssa or us, and so, but she had said the sheriff did the same thing to me. I have proof. She said this in a Facebook message. So Alyssa, being dogged about it, just kept pursuing it. So eventually find this post-conviction relief that she had filed. Go ahead. You can tell it. I'll let you tell the rest.
Thank you. Is this a despairing moment, or is this
No, it's both.
No,
it's both. It has both. Go ahead.
It does have both. Yeah, it's true. So I had gone through the court system, and I had found records that showed that she'd been arrested. And one of the arresting officers in this case was the sheriff, Eddie Scott, who had been chief deputy at the time. And so the records were pretty thin, but I was able to see this woman's sentencing. And in her sentencing, the judge in the case had talked about how the sheriff, who was the current chief deputy at that time, had talked to him on this woman's behalf. And I just thought that was really interesting, considering she had posted on Facebook that the sheriff had done the same thing to her after our main character in that story had made a big Facebook post that detailed all these horrific allegations of sex abuse. And so I was also able to see some post-conviction litigation, also by the same woman, but there was nothing online that I was able to see. And so our editor, Chris, had said to us on numerous occasions, we have to figure this out. We have to see if there are other allegations of sex abuse against the sheriff. We have to nail this. We have to figure this out. And so, I mean, we decide to go to Clay County. We go to the circuit clerk's office, and we go and ask one of the clerks to pull this post-conviction file, because it should have been, there, should have been in the records, And the clerk goes. She goes into the back, because it's an old case. It's a case from like 2012, I think. And she comes back and she goes, the file's missing. We can't find it. And this never happens to us. We've never lost a file in all the years I've been here. We don't know where it is. And so Jerry and I are disappointed and dejected, and, we're kind of like, oh dear, like, where's this file? Like, why is it missing? There raises serious questions about what happened to this thing. And so we decide to go back a couple of weeks later, and we decide to try and recreate the file. There are other ways, we won't get into it now, but there are other ways to go and recreate it. We can find the minute book, certain log books, to try and create some sort of patchwork, to give us some sense of what could have been happening here. But the day that we decide to come back, the clerk, and just to backtrack for a second, I had even, so when the clerk came back and said that the file was missing, I went back with her, and we went through the files, the two of us, and we were able to see that all the files in like 2013, 2014, we were able to see all those. We were able to see 2010, 2011, and then we got to 2012. And all the files in their numerical orders, they were before and after, but not this specific case. And so it was clearly missing. We didn't know where it was. And so that assistant clerk, in the time that we had left, took it upon herself to dig through everything in the back. And she eventually found it. And so when we came back, maybe about a month later, the head clerk is there. The assistant clerk is on vacation. We come back asking if we can try and recreate the file in other ways. And the clerk says to us, oh, were you guys looking for that file that you couldn't find last time? And we said, yeah. And she said, oh, well, we found it. Let me go get it. And so she came and she pulled the file, and Jerry and I sit in the back, and we open it. And on the first page is the sheriff took me to a hog farm where we had sex in his patrol car. And Jerry and I looked at each other, and we couldn't react. We didn't make a sound. And then we saw the "Hey Sexy" letters, which I cannot repeat them.
Those are emails or letters. Right?
Letters.
They're letters from the sheriff to her.
To the woman.
In prison. Prison.
And I cannot repeat them because this is, family-friendly panel.
But read the story.
Read the story. But he used the sheriff's office home address as the return address. Anyway, I remember thinking in my head, we're going through the letters, we're going through everything, we're in the back, the clerk is watching us like a hawk. And I remember thinking to myself, oh my God, I love my job.
Okay, somebody else top that. Most despairing or sort of moment when you nailed something important for the story.
I don't think I can top that. I will say that every time that we found a new alleged torture case, it was both a moment of elation and a moment of despair. As a reporter, you're thinking, oh my God, I can't believe there's another one. This is going to make for such an insane story. But as a human, you're thinking, oh my God, I can't believe there's another one. How could this horrific abuse have continued for so long without anyone doing anything about it? And so, you're sort of in this emotional yo-yo moment of saying, yes, like this is great. I can't believe we found another one. This is going to shock the nation. And just thinking, I can't wrap my head around the pain and despair that these poor people have allegedly gone through.
I just want to add something to that too. I think this is true for all of us. I think your story exemplifies it, Alyssa, and it's definitely true for Brian and I. Like our journey to uncover the truth in these situations, we are just entering onto a path that others have been treading for years. I mean, the alleged victims in these incidents are people who've been trying to get the truth in their story out for so long. And Brian and I were really just walking into their the weight that they've been carrying around. And as I mentioned before, they took enormous risk. And I think we feel just incredibly indebted to them. There's a moment in the story where one of the characters featured, a man named Travis Page, he filed a lawsuit while he was in prison trying to bring forward this claim. And he had no lawyer to represent him. As I'm sure many of you know, filing civil lawsuits against police departments, it's not easy to get representation for that. And he says in the letter, I only have a 7th grade education. I don't know big words, but I know the truth. And I think that was a really powerful moment for both Brian and I.
Jerry?
Well, Alyssa already told the story, so anyway, but I did want to recognize somebody else who's been with us on this whole journey, and that's Roy Doyle, who happens to be taking pictures right now. And so we want to thank you.
Rory!
Incredible work by Rory, and I think we all would say this about Rory's work, is he really helped the story come to life and just captured all of this horrificness that we've reported in Noxubee County and Clay County and Rankin County. So thanks, Rory. Anyway.
So I want to ask one more. I want to ask one more craft question, then a couple other questions. I don't want to make sure we have time for audience questions. There was a moment. One of the things that Evan said earlier is a little bit showing your work. That we're in an era when people don't necessarily trust journalists. This is one of those things I wish we could have shown people, which was when you all sort of had this evolving memo of cases. Because we started out with many more cases than we wrote about. Talk a little bit about the process and even those last meetings where we all sort of like went through case by case by case. Just that's one of those things where I think if readers could see that, they would just see how painstaking they all were in nailing the story. Talk about that process.
So, like Dean said, we had numerous allegations of torture and misconduct by residents in Rankin County. And, we started out with, it was a couple of dozen at least. And over time, we started whittling them down. We set criteria for what we would or wouldn't count as a quote-unquote confirmed case. And these, this involves having department records that show that an incident happened that lines up with the alleged victim's account of what happened, at least up to the part where they were, brutalized in some way, shape, or form. Computer-aided dispatch files that show which deputies were on the scene at the time. The taser logs, which we've gone over, which shows that deputies triggered their tasers during this arrest, and that lines up with what these people say happened to them. We also, in every case, had to have at the very least one witness, if not an eyewitness, an ear witness, or someone who they went to immediately afterward and told them in detail what happened to them. Lawsuits were another thing. In a few cases, we had people who filed lawsuits or who attempted to file complaints with the department, or sent emails to the local NAACP saying, hey, this terrible thing happened to me, and detailed it. And so, it's sort of like, the conspiracy theorists with all the yarn, drawing all these lines between all of these things. This is what we were doing for every single one of these cases, and sometimes it was brutal. We lost cases that me and Nate believed wholeheartedly were torture cases, but we just didn't have the documentation to back that up, and so we had to cut them.
So this is one for Jerry, and then I'll ask a broader journalism question for everybody. So, though anybody can, but this one I think Jerry should. So, missing records, which we found in a bunch of these stories. Police or sheriff's deputies not required to file reports that everybody else would have had to file. Prosecutors, who actually we didn't write about, but prosecutors who should have noticed, defendants who came in obviously having been brutalized. That's not just about individual sheriff's offices. That's about a system. Talk a little bit, you've been around a while, why does that system exist? And just talk about it, ruminate on it for a minute.
Yeah, it's, what have we got, 2 minutes? Anyway. I just think the system, as someone who's covered the system, criminal justice system in Mississippi for a while, and I don't think it's unique to Mississippi, it's just, as Brian and Nate's story kind of points to, the people who are the least able to fight these charges are often the ones caught up in this system, and they often don't have good legal representation, or they're representing themselves, or they're, and so the people who have money, they can get a lawyer, they can fight these things, but people that live in, say, the Robin Hood community in Rankin County or other places like that, they aren't able to fight the system. I mean, all you do is go and visit Mississippi prisons, which I've done, and there aren't a bunch of rich folks there. The prisons are not filled with rich folks. They're just not. And we know drug use, for example, in terms of racially, drug use is equal in terms of its usage. But yet, if you go to a prison right now, Mississippi, it's 75% African American. Despite being about, not something like half of that, in terms of population, a little bit more than that. But anyway, yeah.
So everybody, my last question, then we'll open it up to the audience for questions. So this story was first off, Mississippi Today has just been a terrific news organization to work with. I hope Adam and his crew are somewhere in the audience too. But as we discussed in the green room briefly, and a little bit here, it's really hard for local news organizations. I mean, I started at a morning newspaper in New Orleans that actually had 300 or 400 people. You could take risks. You could go spend, 2 weeks on a story and come back and say I couldn't nail it. Each of you talk a little bit about the importance of local investigative reporting, how hard it is to do, and what kind of support you think news organizations need to do it fully. Start left to right. Start, Alyssa.
We would not have been able to do these stories without the support from you guys and Mississippi Today. We spent months and months and months on these stories, and they took battles for records. They took time to build trust with people who have trouble trusting people, trusting the system to begin with. That takes so much grit for them to go on the record and to come forward, and it takes so much time, resources, and energy for us to do that. And so with these types of stories, especially because all of them come from these really small and rural communities, it would be impossible without us having that time, without us having the resources to devote all of our time to just doing that. I mean, that's what I've done the last year and a half working on these stories. All I've done is work on these. I haven't done, well, we did maybe 1 or 2 daily stories, but that's it. And if we didn't have the time and resources from the Times and from Mississippi Today to report on this stuff, we may not have ever been able to.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about the importance of local journalism, I'd say, if you look at the stories that we up here have produced, that Anna Wolf has produced, that the other folks at Mississippi Today have churned out, I mean, that's your evidence right there. I mean, if this reporting hadn't been done, then these sheriffs would not have been exposed for these, alleged crimes. If this reporting hadn't been done, the absolute abuse of these safety nets for Mississippi residents would not have been uncovered. I think that's your evidence right there of how important local news is. And Dean, you're asking the hardest question in the world, which is what do we do and how do we support local news agencies that say, if you're rich, cough it up.
Donate.
We need funding. We need support. Local news needs saving right now. We need life rafts.
Yeah, I feel very similarly. You look at what wouldn't have happened if these stories hadn't come out, and I think you get a vision of what's lost with the loss of local journalism. And it does take an incredible investment to produce these stories in the sense that, I mean, it's our lives. I haven't done much else besides work on these stories for the past 6 months. But in a way, we're just a couple of people sitting here, and we've been able to do something, I hope, that really brings this issue to light, and hopefully I think it's such a sad thing that getting some young people to work on an issue feels like such an enormous lift for such an important cause. But unfortunately, that's the place we're at right now. And I hope there are people out there who are figuring out a way to change that, but we'll see what happens.
I would just say, I'll put in a plug. I mean, if you'd like to see Nate and Brian continue this work, please contribute. I would love to see them continue this work through 2024. I think that's important work, and it is. Look, it as has already been stated earlier. I mean, we do have to have the truth before we have justice, and I think the other thing is it begins to change minds over time. I know I've seen that over and over again, Dean. I know, when I first started writing about Medgar Evers' assassination, I would have people call me up and say, "What are you writing about that dead N-word for?" And that was the reaction. But over time, people began to realize, hey, wait a minute, these guys have gotten away with murder. Even people who maybe were not racially enlightened, we might say, began to say, oh, wait a minute, that guy shot him in the back. Nobody should be shot in the back in front of their family. So at least had enough understanding that was wrong. And it begins to change. So what we do is very important. And I think it's especially important in Mississippi because the work they did, and I mean no offense to any other press, but there was nobody else out there doing the work they just did. And I think that's why it's so important, because Mississippi we have a lot of news deserts here. Just even if there are newspapers, small newspapers, they don't have the ability to go out and hire reporters to do this kind of work. And so I think that's especially important in Mississippi, where we are basically a big small town, But thank you for your support, Dean, and I mean all the resources of the Times. There are many other people we could mention with the Times, Emily and so many others that Adam, etc. You can add to the list, but anyway.
So questions from the audience.
I have a question about showing your work. because we talk a lot right now, I think truth telling without trust and transparency is problematic because of the world we're living in now. Are there, and you talked about how you just didn't have the documentation fully on some of these pieces to back it up. Are there ways that in this new era of journalism that we can show and tell our work for the sake of trust, even if it's not in these full investigative long-form pieces?
Yeah, I'll actually take a cut at that if you don't mind. I still think we haven't quite figured it out. Remember, 20 years ago, the reaction of most news organizations if somebody questioned a story was, we stand by our story, right? That was not good enough 20 years ago. It's not good enough now. When I was at the Los Angeles Times, I was involved in editing a story about Arnold Schwarzenegger when he was running for governor, about him groping women. And we published the story about 5 days before the election. 5,000 people canceled their subscriptions. And you know what? We didn't explain to them why. The reason we ran it 5 days before the election, which is sort of generally a no-no, was it was a truncated election. It was like a recall, so we had like 2 weeks. And the alternative was to put all the stuff we knew in a file drawer and not report it. When I would say that to readers who would write to me, they would say, oh, okay. I still think we have a long way to go to show our work. I think for larger investigative pieces, we've gotten better. There's a bunch of graphs, if you read the story these guys did that's published today, lots of graphs where it said, we did this, we chose these cases. And I just think we have to learn to do that in the daily life of journalism. Otherwise, I think people won't believe us. I think it's still hard for us to do. It's like learning a new language, but I think it's like going to be vital just for daily coverage as well as investigative work. Anybody jump in if anybody wants.
Yeah, I think that we need to start experimenting with that, right? Like, I think I'm seeing new journalism coming out that does that, like the Trojan Horse Affair podcast, for instance, which takes you through this reporter's journey and their mistakes and their trips and things like that. I don't think that that's going to work all the time, but when I listened to that, I thought, oh, okay, that's how they did this. Here's how their personal identities factored into how they reported that story. And I think that that's part of building trust, because I don't think anyone is sitting here reading the news and saying, well, these guys are objective. They have the God's eye view. We all know that our personal experiences play into how we report things. And I think that being honest about that is something that the journalism industry needs to start doing better.
Agree.
I don't know that it's so much a question as much as I want to make sure that everyone here, I don't know how many people are not from around here. Raise your hand if you're not from here. Jerry Mitchell is from here, and he's become from here. And he understands what happened with this Sheriff Brian Bailey story. And I think you guys are understating the impact of what you did. So I am a normal, ordinary person living in Rankin County. I go to the grocery store, I go to the restaurants, the bars, I walk my dog in the park, I work remotely with clients from out of state, and my husband is retired. I had no flippin' idea what was going on in Rankin County. And I live in an average neighborhood, some racist. I got a guy flying the old Mississippi flag across the street from me with the old Confederate symbol in there. I've got some strange symbols that are in people's windows up and down. And I live in a normal, ordinary neighborhood. We talked about it in the streets and in the garages and, around the pontoon boats and the fishing boats and all the other toys and big boy stuff around here. And I am telling you, it was a big deal. And what you said, Jerry, is so important, because you said, and I can't quote you, but I'll paraphrase you, that things change when people realize no matter what your proclivities are, those people didn't deserve to have the torture. And when you outlined you detailed that torture in those stories. And that's what people talked about on the streets. They talked about the gun in the mouth going off and not, blowing the guy's jaw off. They talked about the endless tasering. And those people were brought to justice. And what happened with Brian Bailey? He was reelected. And that part is unfortunate, but you did make a difference, and you've saved lives. And I only have one question after that, and I apologize for that. And how do you keep going?
Thank you for that.
Ma'am, can I ask your name?
I apologize. I'm Debbie Pattenberg.
Debbie, I just want to say how much it means to me for you to say that. We wrote that story for you, for people like you who live in Rankin County, and so for you to come and say that, like, I'm gonna choke up a little bit. I appreciate that so much. I think Jerry maybe should answer how he keeps going, because I don't understand it either, and I really want to know.
I've always, for me personally, and I think I think I can speak sort of for them as well, everybody here as well, it's always, injustice has always angered me, like people getting away with stuff, and especially these horrific kind of acts that nothing ever happened. And that's kind of been my career. So and I think the payoff in the end is comments from people like you, but also for these families that you see begin to experience justice. I'll tell a very, very quick story. This is not related to this, but Vernon Damer was killed by the Ku Klux Klan in Hattiesburg in 1966. He basically died defending his family from the Klan. And his oldest son, Vernon Damer Jr., was in the Air Force. And he told me I had no time to cry. He basically had to take charge, had to find a place for his family to live now because the house was completely burned down, all these kinds of things. And to be there, I'll have to get choked up now, to be there and to see him when Sam Bowers, the head of the Klan, was convicted, finally, after all those years of ordering his killing, to see that man just weep. You know? I mean, what other reward do you need, than to see that for these families? And I think that's why we do what we do. All of us, we're doing it. People do have a voice, but I think a lot of times it isn't heard. And I think that's maybe what our role is as well.
There's one question over here. You all tell me when to stop, but there's one right behind you.
Hi, I'm Stacy Moore Buchanan. I'm with the Mississippi Center for Justice, and you talking about justice, I felt inclined to speak. I don't have a question for you guys, but I want to say I think sometimes, or a lot of times, it gets frustrating when you hear about things or you know about things and then they get documented, and it's documented cases of not just someone saying something, but there is proof that something has been done that's unjust. And it gets frustrating when, even in the face of all of that, either nothing gets done or it seems like nothing gets done or people still are disbelief. But like her speaking up today, it shows even if there's nothing done publicly in ways that we may want, you affect people's hearts and minds. And the continued documentation of things that happen that are unjust hopefully will lead to more people's hearts and minds changing, which will then affect a larger change. And so I just want to say, for everybody here, we don't always see the fruits of our labor, but they don't go unnoticed, and they help in the bigger fight for justice. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I'll just say one thing. Thank you. Can you imagine how honored my colleague Chris and I have been to work with these people for the last 4 months? So thank you all.
The program will begin. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Please take your seats. The program will begin momentarily. Please take a moment to silence your cell phones. The program is about to begin.
You have to have visionaries, you have to have people that will think outside of the norm.
We're getting access to viewpoints and to people and to connection that we never, ever would have.
We have to believe change is possible in order to bring it about.
Having integrity in yourself and in your work, that is success.
We are our own leaders. We all are responsible for the change that we want to see.
It's about a broader question of representation, who gets to define how we see the world.
It's the power of sharing and connecting and vulnerability.
How do we intentionally rebuild a sense of community?
Every single person around the world can create a movement.
Please welcome back to the stage the Atlantic's Tyler Watson.
Thanks. Welcome back, everybody. I hope everybody enjoyed lunch and our breakout sessions. We're excited to continue with this afternoon, where we'll have conversations about economic development, climate change, environmental justice, and the new Deep South. Before we begin, I just want to take another moment to thank our underwriters, W.K. Kellogg Foundation, for supporting our journalism today. We also want you to be part of the conversation, too, so we encourage you to take to social media and use the hashtag AtlanticSOOU to join the conversation. So let's begin.
Now for a conversation on securing the future economic development in Mississippi. Please welcome Ladarian Amons, Senior Partner at 10-1 Strategies, Lamia Jenkins, President of Brown Key Consulting Group, Chip Pickering, CEO of Encompass and Director of Great City Foundation, with Jeff Pender, Senior Reporter at Mississippi Today.
Hello, welcome everyone. Thank you to our panelists here for being with us today. Mississippi is a poor, mostly rural state. It's long struggled with economic and workforce development. It faces some unique challenges, I think we all know. Our panelists today bring a lot of expertise to bear on this issue, and time permitting, we're going to try and cover several topics. One of them being economic development equity, both geographic and socioeconomic. We're going to hopefully talk about how to foster entrepreneurship during an age where big projects have kind of become the focus. We're going to talk about how to balance efforts at development between urban and rural areas, and probably quite a few other topics. I guess first, to get us started, and from our talk before, I'm going to direct this at Chip first. How would you rate Mississippi's economic development efforts in terms of equity, including geographic, socioeconomic? Many areas of the state say they feel left out, the Delta, Southwest Mississippi. And how can these efforts be more inclusive?
Now, is it great challenge for Mississippi to be able to take four really disparate regions and sections of our state, the Delta, North Mississippi, Central, and the coast, really very distinct and different cultures, economies, and region. We're a small state, as you mentioned. We are resource challenged. Our strengths are that we're a resilient, generous, strong, rooted in a community and family and faith. Our disadvantage is that we're very, which can be a strength or a weakness, we're very hard-headed. We're very resistant to change. We have a very difficult time all working together. If you're a small state and you work together, you're unified, it can be your strength. You can move faster than everybody else. You can be more adaptive. You can be more agile. But it takes a unified vision and a unified strategy and all of us working together. And so what I'd like to do today is just set a little bit of context on some of Mississippi's historical strengths for the future economy, the future workforce, and the future to a more equitable and evenly distributed benefit that we can all experience with growth. If you think through some of the leading technology companies and broadband companies, the networks, the advanced networks that are powering the future and the advanced applications that will ride over those networks. Comcast, the largest broadband provider in the country, one of the largest in the world, started in Tupelo, Mississippi. So we're the birthplace of both Comcast and Elvis Presley. We had the company called SkyTel back in the 1990s that started and had the first license to do two-way paging, if y'all remember this. Two-way paging is something today that we call texting. So we're not only the birthplace of texting or the birthplace of the blues, but also of texting. At one time, with WorldCom, we had the largest internet backbone company in the world that started in small town Mississippi, Brookhaven, Mississippi. We have the largest privately held, family-owned fiber and wireless company, the only one in the South that is privately held and headquartered in one of our southern states, C-Spire. And I say all of that to say this: what do we have that other states don't have that give us a comparative advantage and a hope for the future? We have more fiber in the ground than any state in the South of our neighboring. Because of these companies and what they've done historically, they laid a foundation of the networks of the future that if we can take advantage of it, it gives us an opportunity. Because of our congressional leadership, we have supercomputers at each of our 4 research institutions: Ole Miss State, Southern Miss, and Jackson State. DoD has 5 supercomputers in the country. 2 of them are in Mississippi, one at Vicksburg, one at Stennis Space Center on the Mississippi Gulf Coast. We have more supercomputing capability than any state in the South. More than Georgia, more than Florida, more than the big states. The supercomputing capacity is what will drive the age of AI and all the applications of AI, the transformations of AI, and the systems of autonomy, whether that's advanced manufacturing and robotics, autonomous fleets, air and ground. We have the aerospace, the automotive, and the defense industries, and the institutions of supercomputers, and the networks that should give us the comparative advantage that can grow and win the future, train our workforce, lead in research, and to do it in a way that those networks connect every small town and every small business and every region into the center of the South and the hubs of what we hope would be the future driving research, commercialization, startups, entrepreneurship that can flow from those networks and applications. That's our hope.
Sure. A lot of the state's efforts with economic development and workforce training appear to be centered on large-scale developments, and you're talking about some pretty large, big ideas and everything. What about, Mr. Ammons, maybe you can address this, entrepreneurship? How do we help smaller scale things?
Thank you. So I think it starts with the state identifying what is our asset, right? If I ask you today, what's Mississippi's asset that's going to call businesses to come to Mississippi, what would you say? That goes all the way down to local communities. That's cities, that's counties, identifying what assets do I have that I can get businesses to want to come here, to live here, to stay here, right? But of course, places like Jackson, we got to address certain things first. We got to address infrastructure. We got to address crime. We got to address education. Because we know that the businesses that we're getting to come here, we want them to stay here, live here, eat here, play here, right? And so I think it starts there. Identify that asset. Let's fix some of the issues that we're having, right? We see that we're getting it together. We're figuring out fixing this water issue and sewer issue in Jackson. So we can stop talking about that. We can move on to other issues that we're having. But that's where it starts, because no small business is going to want to come here and have to worry about those simple necessities of life, right? And so when we go back to talking about these rural areas such as the Delta, right, they have to identify what asset do I have in the Delta that I can get businesses to come here. If we're going to turn Jackson into a technological hub, then we need to be building that infrastructure for that right now. We can't wait until we got a business that's looking for somewhere to go to try to build that infrastructure. We have to figure out, what's the jobs of the next decade, the next century, and how do we start building right now so that we're prepared when that business start looking to locate somewhere? I'm not sure we do the best job of that right now.
I can add some thoughts there. My background is in corporate America. I worked for Caesars Entertainment, Walmart, a small mom and pop shop you may have heard of. And when we think about the landscape before entering into a market, we look at the assets of the market. So I think that's a really good point. We think about the demographics of the market, the salaries of the market, what's happening in the area, what's growing, what's leaving, what's coming. And so when we think about really focusing on our strengths, Mississippi has so many unique strengths, and companies are looking at Mississippi, but they want to know that when they come here that they will have the support from the people living here, the government, et cetera, to be successful, because without that, they can't be successful. And so I also serve on the Jackson Redevelopment Authority Board, and we've done a lot of work here lately to just really think about investments in the city. We recently brought Greyhound bus station back. And while that might not seem like a huge deal, a lot of people depend on public transportation here, and we're not a mecca like a DC or New York. So thinking about what are the assets that we need in the area to make our people successful. So now we've got more people who are able to get to work. They're able to contribute to their community. And so I think that's a really big point. And finally, I would say just awareness and education. I was reading a stat the other day that said about 95% of the entrepreneurs in the U.S. are college educated. So how do we think about building that education system, building on the K through 12 pipeline so that we have people that can contribute when they graduate, and then also folks that go away, bringing them back, having a reason for them to come home.
Dr. Jenkins, this may not be working, is it? Dr. Jenkins, from a conversation we had, the group of us earlier, you mentioned some of your experience with Walmart and some similarities Arkansas obviously shares with us, and how those models helped both urban and rural areas. Can you give us a little snapshot of how that can work?
Yeah, so when I was in Bentonville, there was a truly concerted effort in Arkansas to think about the longevity of the city. And so you've got Fayetteville, you've got Springdale, and you've got Bentonville all kind of in one, I would say, 30-mile radius, give or take. And one of the things that they did was think about what's happening. The Walton family poured into bike trails. So now you've got people coming from all over the world to bike in Arkansas. You've got Walmart there, but you've also got the University of Arkansas. But you also have many public-private partnerships that are thinking about developing those spaces. Chip and I were talking about the Great City Foundation, but having organizations that can bring teams together, bring people together to say, what is our core mission? What is our value add here? And how do we work together versus fighting for resources, but thinking about what's needed in what area? You can't have all the entertainment in one place. So how do you think about where entertainment goes? How do you think about where education goes? How do you build extensions from the university to help provide jobs for the businesses that are in the area? So I think that it goes into having that strong partnership, but also having partnership with business, with government, having those conversations, understanding the needs, and really bringing those people there. And so there's a lot of good examples. I think Nashville is a great example. Bentonville is a great example. Austin. And we could still do that here. I think we are doing that here. We're well on our way to doing that here.
Huntsville.
Huntsville, yeah.
That already Jackson has been mentioned several times, and when we spoke earlier, of course, it was a topic. Chip, how important is it for our capital city to thrive to the rest of the state as far as economic development?
Lamia and I serve on the board of a foundation called the Great City Foundation, and the basic premise and message is you can't be a great state without a great city. And if you look at all of our neighboring states, whether it's Birmingham, Huntsville, Nashville, Knoxville, Texas has too many great cities, Florida, Atlanta, the Carolinas. Each of those states that we compete for, where we compete with them on a knowledge-based economy, the jobs, and being able to keep your college students, your best and brightest, and to recruit those from other places to want to come to Mississippi, that you really have to have a strong, vibrant, growing, urban city and center. Ms. Jackson is the capital city. We have the University of Mississippi Medical Center, which is a long, prestigious history that is now in the the master planning process of trying to become a federally designated comprehensive cancer center, which would bring hundreds of millions in research dollars. Jackson State, which I don't know if it's fair to say the Howard of the South or the Harvard of the South, should be the lead HBCU of the South. And as the companies I represent in Washington and that Lamia works with as well, so the Google, Amazon, Microsoft, Facebook, but also the homegrown companies here and companies like Entergy and Nissan and the aerospace and defense, they all want to partner with an HBCU. There's a bipartisan commitment to bring new research funding and centers into our HBC leading institutions. And so how do we have our other three universities partner with HBCU to build the scale and the scope and the collaborative research and workforce training initiatives and centers here in Jackson, so that the Huntsville model with both UMC and Jackson State and our federal research centers in Vicksburg and on the coast would all co-locate and cooperate in Jackson, so that we can build the type of knowledge-based, research-based workforce that would really make Jackson a place where you can see growth, you can win the future, and where our young people and other young people from other places would like to live and work. And so the Great City Foundation is trying to work with our state leaders and our congressional leaders and other nonprofit foundations to build a strategic plan to make that vision a reality. And so I think that's one component. The great thing is, if you build that in Jackson, it's not just for Jackson. It goes into every part of our state. As Jackson's brand and identity is, so is Mississippi's. They're inextricably tied together. And if we're going to change the perception of who Mississippi is in the rest of the country, you have to have a vibrant capital city that everyone is proud of and is flourishing and thriving. And it is a good investment. And those institutions then go out into every region and every part of the state to give the education, the workforce, the research, and the community and economic development benefits that will flow from that hub and spoke that we're trying to build.
Yeah, I think it has to be intentional, right? The state has to be intentional on supporting the city of Jackson, right? The policies that are created shouldn't be to penalize the city or its citizens, but that's what we see, right? We should see the state, we see tax credits going out all around the state all the time, right? I'm not saying Jackson don't get any of them. Businesses around the area in Hinds County and so forth do get some of those, but I also point out that tax credits isn't what's going to build this state. You know, when we talk about getting rid of the income tax, but we're still giving millions of billions of dollars out in tax credits, where are we going to make this money up at, right? And that's why I go back to, we got to figure out what our asset is, right? But the state plays a role in that. They have to be intentional in supporting the city of Jackson, because the Capitol is right down the street. All of the lawmakers are here. They eat here, they stay here. They're all around this city. The governor's mansion is in the middle of the city, right? And so they have to be intentional. But I can't leave out the fact that the city of Jackson also have to get their act together and run the city like a business should be ran. But, I'll get off of that soap opera, right?
One thing I also wanted to touch on was workforce development. I know state leaders have been trying to update and improve our workforce development efforts. They've consolidated a lot of the disparate mini programs we had out there. How are we doing there? Are we training people for the jobs of the future at this point? Whoever wants to take that.
Yes and no. I think for a long time we talked about the future of work. The future is here, right? The future of work is here. It's in our city. It's in our state. And it's where we make our investments. And I think it goes back to having that strategic plan of thinking about education as a business and not just as kind of an institution that's been antiquated for our society, right? And really being strategic and saying, hey, everyone's not going to go to college. That's a fact. But everyone can work, just about, right? And so thinking about where do we put our assets so that people can develop and grow and learn? But we're also thinking about the jobs of the future, but also how do we build up the companies that are here now? How do we support small businesses? How do we support entrepreneurship? Entrepreneurship is hard. It looks really cute on TV. It looks really cute to say, I'm going to start a business and, it's going to be the next, WorldCom or Walmart or whatever, but it's tough. But there are avenues where people can invest. There are so many grants. There's so many organizations. Innovate Mississippi is giving out tons of money to startup founders. And, 20% of startups may fail, but those business owners often rebuild and rebuild stronger. So we think about the future of work. If we think about how do we innovate, how do we bring awareness to the opportunities that are here, I think it starts, one, with our education system and thinking through, how do we educate our youth, but how do we provide avenues for those of the Mississippians that don't necessarily want to go to college but have something to add. Everyone is not going to go to college, but everyone has a brain. And so how do we think about giving the tools that they need to be successful and to continue to build out our economy and develop the state?
And Jeffrey, just real quickly, I'd like to give a few models that I think are good examples of what works. Yeah. In Vicksburg, Mississippi, on the Mississippi River, you have something called M-City, the Mississippi Center for Innovation Technology, yada something. But it is a partnership with the Corps of Engineers and the Engineering and Research Center there, and the technology that they develop that they will then provide in a commercialization effort to the entrepreneurs and the small businesses of that region. And then the workforce training, they restored an old factory building in downtown Vicksburg on the banks of the Mississippi River. And it is a state-of-the-art, is as good as any place in Silicon Valley. And then in that advanced training center, you have Alcorn State, Mississippi State, and Hines Community College. And they're all co-located, and they're all working together on that region's economy and the key private sector partners for that part of our state. Communiversity, which is in Columbus, Mississippi, is a partnership with East Mississippi Community College, Mississippi State University, and they're doing advanced workforce training for the automotive industry. On the coast, at the Keesler Air Force Base, Mississippi State is just committed to building and has been funded $80 million to build a cybersecurity center on the Mississippi Gulf Coast. So as you look at those three regional efforts, all in future-based training, applications, entrepreneurship, research, those are three good models. But we need that everywhere in the state, and in each region of the state, and in the heart of the state in Jackson.
This is really a loaded question, kind of a chicken or egg probably from some of the things we've talked about, but how do we stop brain drain in Mississippi? That's been a huge topic of discussion for years now, and does one of y'all have a solution that,
We have some ideas.
Some ideas, great.
So you see a couple things, right? You have those few that never will leave Mississippi, right? I'm one of those. I never leave. I always thought I would, but I'll never leave. I'll never leave the Jackson area, right? Then you have those that actually do leave. They go off to college, don't come back. They get into that range where they start getting married, having kids, and they come back to be closer to family, right? And then you have those that just really don't want to come back because they don't feel like it's opportunity here, right? And so Chairman Lamar, over the last several years at the State House, has been trying to address brain drain and create tax credits, income tax credits for people to come back. We may not see that with the phasing out of income tax, but it's been some policies that's been trying to be pushed to kind of address that. But again, I think it gets back to building that infrastructure here that would make people want to come back. If we're going to be the technology hub, let's make sure we have what they need to be able to do that, right? Because you have people in Mississippi, believe it or not, that work here virtually, but their job is really in California. They're here, right? They're older, but they're here. And so we can truly make Mississippi a destination place to come to, right? I think we see that with tourism in Mississippi right now, especially when we look at Main Street and all the great things that association is doing in several different cities. But we have to be intentional, again, on making sure that we're giving them something to come back to.
I've been in a lot of conversations with corporate executives about planning, development, what makes them come into a city, and they have metrics that are really tight, right? We want to see this number of people, we want to see this many grocery stores, we want to see this many schools in our location before we come in. And I think the onus is also on the state, on the people that, legislate to think about, how do we make those things happen? How do we bring those things to the city so we can say, hey, we might not have that right now, but here's our 3 to 5 year plan to have those assets. So when we're thinking about these companies that we want to come in, going to them proactively, because I've talked to many executives that said, I've not had outreach. I have not had outreach. So thinking about how do we form those partnerships and relationships, and while we may not be the corporate headquarters, but we could be a new office space, which brings more revenue to the state. We could bring more people, more exposure. And so to continue to think about the development path of how do we communicate with these organizations that we want to be in the state, and incentivizing them to want to come.
I think at this point, Mr. Pickering, I think we're going to see if there are any audience questions. I think she can bring a microphone if anyone would like to ask anything.
Good afternoon. I'm Wes Miller. I was an economic developer for a period of time for a county and for the state. One thing is, once a business is located or decided that it's going to locate here, a problem that I always saw in one little piece of the puzzle was that a lot of the entrepreneurs and a lot of the businesses that exist to do a lot of the work was never, the companies that actually were here in Mississippi. There was always a lot of people outside of the state of Mississippi that were doing work in Mississippi. You could look at the tire company, for example, or the power plant that was in the Mississippi Power Territory that was going to dig coal. That, for example, was a $2.9 billion project as it started and went on to be over a $6 billion project. But the local set aside for that project was $6 million. In my mind, how do you talk about billions on one hand, a company coming in and spending investor dollars for over $6 billion, and the local set aside for the people that, for Mississippi was only $6 million. And I'm looking at, I'm trying to figure out how we, in terms of a policy issue and those type of things, how you look more so at people in Mississippi getting a piece of that pie when a company has already decided that they're going to locate here.
Sometimes just from, I watch the legislature closely, the effort to get those big mega projects, like you said, it's just, oh, we need jobs, we need this big project, we're going to give them anything we can or whatever. And sometimes it seems like, number one, there's not enough planning of forethought of how do we make sure this benefits a wider area? How do we make sure there's more work for our local folks? And I know some states do that. Sometimes I think, for lack of a better term, we seem so desperate for landing a project that we give away the farm. And the other thing, at the end of that, sometimes when they do make promises of local benefits or whatever, we're not real good at holding their feet to the fire as far as number of jobs they're actually creating, doing what they said they were going to do. We have a long history of failure in that. Anyway, that wasn't a question, I guess.
What some places are doing new innovative things as it comes to innovating or investing for economic growth. And instead of giving to companies the incentives and the tax credits or the benefits, they're actually giving to individuals. For example, Northwest Arkansas, if you're a young college graduate who decides to live and work in Northwest Arkansas, you get $10,000 and a mountain bike. Right. And as you look in a world that is powered by connectivity and not by place so much, having good people and the type of knowledge-based skill sets, maybe it's better to go out to recruit individuals equally with the big jobs. And so how do you do a balance of going out and trying to create the right place, like a great city, the right elements of great quality of life, recreation, outdoor sports, and activities like Northwest Arkansas is doing, But also, I mean, if you get someone that is college educated to decide to live and work in your state or to live in your state, no matter where that job is, you will reap the benefits many, many times over economically back to your state and the taxes that individual does, the home that individual buys, the family that is raised, all the contributions that people make. And so maybe we need to shift into people a little bit more.
Can I pick up on that real quick?
Sure,
And I'll make
sure.
it quick. That's a good point, because what we also see is when these businesses come looking for skilled workforce, right? We don't have it all of the time. And what you end up seeing is people from other states come into Mississippi to take these jobs, and they take that money back to their state, and their tax dollar doesn't circulate back into Mississippi. And so I like the point of targeting people instead of the business.
I think we have time for one more question.
Actually, a variant of Mr. Miller's question. In many cases, in many states where they have a big project come in and give tax incentives, part of the tax incentive deal is that the supply chain be local. So that gives, it's in the business's interest to have a local supply chain. It's in the state's interest, obviously, that the supply chain be local and that can be in exchange for tax incentives.
Sometimes they also put in policies, et cetera, for vendors. You have to have X amount of minority vendors, X amount of et cetera. So I think that's also a really great idea. Thank you to the Atlantic and Mississippi Today for having this. I think it's a really timely discussion.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Here to discuss climate change and environmental justice in the Deep South, please welcome Catherine Coleman Flowers, Founding Director of the Center for Rural Enterprise and Environmental Justice, with Van R. Newkirk II, Senior Editor at The Atlantic.
All right, y'all having fun back there. For real though. Eight years ago, one of my very first stories for The Atlantic was a defense of the word y'all. And most of the readers disagreed with me. And now look at us in Jackson. It's always an honor and a wonder to share a stage with you, Catherine. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for inviting me.
I want to ask you, as we talk about climate and environmental justice, first, why is the South an important part of that story?
Well, the South is a very important part of the story about climate and environmental justice because the South has so many examples of climate and environmental injustices. One of the places that comes to mind immediately is Cancer Alley. And people have turned the Gulf of Mexico into a sewer. And consequently, it has impacted the health of people that live along the Gulf. And also a lot of the dirty plants, when they want to locate someplace, they find places like where I'm from in Alabama or places like Mississippi. I think I heard someone earlier say that sometimes we don't investigate enough. We do economic development, but we also don't care sometimes what we allow to come into neighborhoods and what we allow to come into communities. And when I went to Cancer Alley, I remember General Russell Honoré was giving me a tour of the area. And a lot of those places that where these polluting plants are located, which are some of the most polluting plants in the world, they're not even U.S. companies. But they allow them to come and pollute in the United States with impunity, and a lot of them are located on places that were former plantations. So to me, that is kind of an example of where climate and environmental justice come together. The pollution that goes into the air is creating climate change. And when I went there and I saw where there were all of these polluting plants along the Mississippi, and ultimately will end up in the Gulf of Mexico. It's like, how much can we dump into these areas where it's not only impacting the health and well-being of the people that live and work in those areas, but it's also impacting the climate as well. And the South is a great example of that.
One of the things you do when you go to a place for an event like this is you like to take tours of the local frontline and EJ communities. Tell us what you saw in your recent, I think today, tour of Jackson.
Wow. Well, I remember Jackson for its history, for its civil rights history, because I'm from Lowndes County, Alabama. And I just remember watching Eyes on the Prize, and they were talking about the Freedom Rides. And one of the places that they got arrested before they came to Jackson was in Montgomery. And so when I was a teacher in D.C., I brought my students here to learn about what they call the challenge, when the group from the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party and led by Lawrence Guyot, who I knew, we came here where Jackson stayed and celebrating that history. So that was in front of mine when I came here today, and I wanted to learn more about the water crisis because, my claim to fame is sanitation. I'm a country girl from Lowndes County, Alabama, growing up with failing septic tanks and raw sewage on the ground. And I know you can't have water problems and not have sanitation problems. So I wanted to go out into the community today and hear and see firsthand from residents of Jackson. So I got a chance to travel around, and I asked the person who was taking me around, and I said to her, how long have you been to Jackson? She said she's been here since the 80s. And she went on to tell me about her grandmother. She said, my grandmother has been boiling water since the 80s. I said, oh, so if you read about it in the media, they act like it just happened. She said, no, it's been that way. I said, why was she boiling water? She said, because of the way it smelled sometimes, the color of it when it came out of the faucet. She said, and she just didn't trust it. And she said, but there was another reason. I said, what was the other reason? She said, because of the reservoir. I said, what does the reservoir has to do with it? She said, well, when they built the reservoir, first of all, they took away land from a lot of families, including black families, to build that reservoir. And she said, because of the way in which they did that, and displaced those families. And also the fact that it was named for Ross Barnett is the reason why she didn't trust the water.
That'll do it. That'll do it. So, I know, these phrases, climate, environmental justice, they are things that are considered to be newfangled by a lot of people. But you're saying this is a story that goes back a long time, right?
Yes, of course. I mean, growing up in the country, I remember when we could tell the weather by Poor Richard's Almanac, because that was something that my parents had in the house. And they knew, when to plant that crop or when to plant that garden in their case, because my family were not big farmers. They just had the subsistence farmers. I grew up with Depression-era parents. And those of us that came from Depression-era parents had a certain kind of, my daughter told me the other day, Mama, these young people are just not hard. I said, yeah. I said, but you're hard because I was raised by Depression-era parents, and you were raised by me. So there's a difference. But because of that, we were closer to the soil. My father was a hunter. When he went and hunted and killed squirrels and rabbits and stuff, he would take the hides and hang them on the house and let them dry, and somebody would come along and buy it and use it. I don't know what they did with it once they got it. But that was the kind of upbringing that I had, where we had outhouses. And we could see, you could tell the seasons by looking at the trees. Now you can't do that anymore. When I grew up, we had 4 seasons. I even remember later on in life when my ex-husband was stationed in Oklahoma, and we would drive through Mississippi, Louisiana, Mississippi, coming from that area, and we would see armadillos, dead armadillos on the side of the road. You know, they looked like they went across the road and had a heart attack because they were usually on their backs. So we would see that all the way until we got to a certain part of Mississippi, and we didn't see them anymore. Now they're all in Lowndes County. We're seeing, I used to teach geography, we're seeing plants that would grow in what they said was arid communities are now growing in places where they didn't grow before. I now live in Madison, Alabama, which is next to Huntsville. I can grow palm trees up there now. So these are things that, these changes have happened over a period of time. But one of the things that Al Gore is known for saying is that we have turned that outer layer, you know, that atmosphere that surrounds the earth into a sewer. And consequently, the climate is changing as a result. We're having more dramatic weather. And in Huntsville, where I just moved in 2021, the Huntsville area, a selling point for a house is having a storm shelter. That is different. It hasn't always been that way. Tornado Alley used to be in Oklahoma. Tornado Alley has shifted. And some of the worst tornadoes now have been in Mississippi and Alabama. And when I look at, and when I go home and I get that warning, I don't go to sleep until after that storm has passed over the area. I don't remember that when I was growing up. But I do remember Hurricane Camille and stuff like that was not a regular thing. These hurricanes are happening more and more often now. So as a result, we have to see the connection between what we have done, what have we done over a period of time that has caused us to get to this point. And hopefully when I go to Dubai in the next couple of days, we can talk about what it's going to take for us to get to solutions and trying to solve this, because we are all impacted. It's just that vulnerable communities, poor communities, communities along the Gulf Coast, communities in Mississippi and Alabama and places in the Southeast are more vulnerable, and we're seeing it right now. But it is going to get worse if we don't do something about it.
Now, as you just mentioned, you are a very busy woman. We have to hustle you out of here to get you on your plane so you can make it to Dubai for COP.
Yeah.
Traditionally, the Conference of Parties has not been a place where you talk a whole lot about justice, about climate or environmental justice. What do you think there is a window now?
There has to be. There has to be, because the most polluting nations are not the ones that are suffering the most right now. And the people that are suffering the most don't have the money to become more sustainable and resilient. So one of the discussions that's going on at COP is who's going to pay for it. I think the people causing the problem should help pay for it. Because ultimately, not only is it just to do it, but it also means that in the process, we'll get a chance to learn what's necessary to change these things. Because what I'm seeing and what I'm hoping Americans could see, you know, when I first started doing this work, I work with a lot of evangelists. You know, I'm a Christian. So I tend to work with a lot of so-called church folk. And folk, when I would talk about what was happening in Lowndes County, they were always talking about their mission trips. And I would tell people, you need to take a mission trip here to the U.S. You need to. Their mission, I don't see how we can pass by stuff right here in our country and think that it's okay to give $100 to build a school over in another country and won't build a school here and won't fund education here. It's a problem. So consequently, when I go there, I plan to make sure that justice is in every speech that I make, on every panel that I'm sitting on. I've even been invited to be on a panel. I've just joined the board of the Rocky Mountain Institute. And the Rocky Mountain Institute is working with rural communities in China. And they want me to talk about community engagement in China. But we don't want to talk about community engagement here in the United States. Well, we would take away the democracy of a city to determine for themselves where their water comes from and what the rate should be. But yet, we want to tell everybody else how to run things. We need to talk about community engagement as a part of a justice conversation. Because if we don't do that, we're going to keep repeating the same mistakes over and over again. And I gotta kind of emphasize that by saying that when I bring people to my community in Lowndes County, I take them to the people that's been there all the time. Because Miss Charlie May has been in that community for 30 years. And somebody who's connected to somebody in the government who has a contract can't come in and tell her no more about what's going on in her community than she knows, because she's the expert. She should be the one that's being paid. And that's the only way we're going to find real solutions to these problems. We got to go back to the old stump politicians, you know, when they used to go and sit in those diners and dives and talk to folk instead of hiring consultants from somewhere else to come and tell you how to run commercials to get to people. We need to start talking to each other again. That's the only way we're going to get to a just solution and a just transition.
You said you're a woman of faith. I might have to, judging based on the crowd reaction, might have to pass around a collection plate for you.
We're going to leave it here in Jackson.
So Jackson has been on the stage for environmental justice, obviously for its water crisis, and as a response to that, the EPA Administrator Michael Regan made a visit. Now, I've been covering the EPA for a long time, and I did not think it likely that the administrator of the EPA would be making visits, a tour throughout the South. Clearly, something has changed. Is it something enough?
It's a step in the right direction. I think until we change these structures that create an economic system that only favors a few, we're going to continue to have these problems. And we can't have economic prosperity without infrastructure. And one of the things that I didn't get to see today is where is the investment in the Jackson area. I can almost guess. It doesn't look like the places that I saw today. I can almost guess that the people that live there are more affluent. I can almost guess that they have new infrastructure too. But what I like about Michael Regan is that he's going to places that other folk haven't been to. For an example, he came to Lowndes County too. People have come through Lowndes County going to Selma every year, as I say, to worship at the Edmund Pettus Bridge and take a picture. But they never looked around to see that there was raw sewage on the ground. Raw sewage wasn't on the ground when I moved to Lowndes County. It's been there all the time. But people never asked the question, never stopped to look. But Michael Regan came. And when he came there and he saw it, he was shocked. He was shocked because all along, every place he went where he saw raw sewage, there were children playing around it. That shouldn't be in the United States of America. And that same weekend that he was there, they were celebrating the anniversary of the Selma to Montgomery March, and they're like, everybody that wants to get their liberal stripes is going to go to Selma at some point to talk about how progressive they are. But how can we be progressive when we're passing by these things and not doing anything about it? So after his visit, he ended up coming back with the head of USDA and also with Mitch Landrieu, the infrastructure czar. And they announced the first ever Closing the Wastewater Access Gap initiative, something that they've never done before, because for some people, for some reason, when people get in elected office, I think, and go to Washington, they forget about rural communities and the problems of rural communities. And we're hoping that people like Michael Regan and others will continue to be part of government and go to places that folk haven't gone to before.
Now, as part of that wave of movement from the Biden administration, there also was included quite a bit of money in the Inflation Reduction Act, which you and I know a lot of these environmental organizations, they've been working on the most shoestring of shoestring budgets, and now a lot of them look to be basically a wash with possible money, with potential money. Tell us about the IRA. What do you think needs to be done in order to make it work, and what kind of solution is it?
Well, I think that the IRA is a good piece of legislation to try to put money into the change that we need as it relates to moving away from fossil fuels and toward renewable energy and making homes more energy efficient. The problem with this is the problem that's always happened. I remember when President Obama was in office and he came in and they were trying to go in and have all these infrastructure projects and they had to be shovel ready. And I just remember when they came to Selma, the people from the Black Belt were saying, we don't have shovel ready projects. We don't have grant writers on staff in these small communities to be able to apply for these grants. And some of that is still in place. It hasn't changed. And we need to make sure that if it's for communities and small towns in particular, that people can have access. And that's why the same people get it over and over again, and a lot of people are left out, even if it's well-intended. And one of the things there were a couple of things that I'd like to mention about that. First of all, I like the fact that 40% of the benefits has to go to EJ communities with Justice 40. But we have to make sure that there are people in those communities that are in position to, one, apply for the grants, because in a lot of cases to apply for those grants, first of all, you got to be a part of this one government entity that you got to register for, and then depending on which agency the grant is coming through, you may have to register for that, and then they have these deadlines that are arbitrarily put out there that don't make sense. A lot of that needs to change. And we also need to make sure that folk know about it. You know, I am middle class. I have access to a lot of information most people don't. But I'm trying to figure out how to make my home more energy efficient. I can't get the information. When I call to talk about how do I switch out my gas stove, and I call the company, because my house is 2 years old, so I called the company that the stove came from, and I said, you know, they got this new IRA, and they have these tax incentives for people that want to switch out. How can I do this? He said, I've never heard of it. Those are the kinds of things that we have to change and to make sure people have access to information. But I think that that's where the media comes in, too. It's making sure that where the average person may not be able to get access, but I think if a journalist call and try to get this and say, break this down in terms where the average person can understand. You know how we do in church when they break down those Bible verses? We're going to have to do that with these bills so that we can make sure that people understand the benefits and how they can take advantage of it. I think that's going to be the shortcomings, that if we can't do that and make sure it gets down to the level where Mama and them understands it, then we're going to lose out on a great opportunity to move us in another direction toward environmental and climate justice.
So you're going to COP, and among the topics there, they'll be talking about cloud seeding and Ukrainian grain exports and oil imports and exports. How do you do the work of connecting what's happening in West Jackson to all of these global big picture things that people might be focused on?
Well, first of all, we have EJ communities around the world. Generally, they're poor. And a lot of this is a product of colonization. That's what connects all of us. I think if we look at our history, I was a history teacher, you know, I taught geography and history, and you always have, I couldn't even teach geography without understanding history. I don't see how people could do that, those that did try. But basically what I do is I look at the connections, and the way I tend to do it is that I am big into genealogy. So I've taken the Ancestry DNA test. I've taken the 23andMe DNA test. I've even found a cousin here in Mississippi who's a Republican. and white. And
You still left with that.
And what's interesting about that is that his great-great-great-grandfather was sent by Andrew Jackson to put down the rebellion that happened at Fort Mims for the Battle of Holy Ground and was in Lowndes County. And when I talked to him, I said, what was his last name? He said, Gordon. I said, I'm from Gordonville. And other than Rudolph, the second largest group of names in Lowndes County when I grew up was Gordon. But my point is, I'm looking at my DNA and I'm connecting it, and I found out that race is a social construct. Because not only am I West African, I have Irish ancestry, I have Scottish ancestry, I even have some French and German ancestry. So I use that ancestry. I'm writing an essay now where I use that ancestry to talk about the global connections to everything as it relates to climate change. And when I talk about that, or even when I talk about the Edinburgh Castle, which I got a chance to see when I went to Edinburgh a couple of years ago, and I talk about that connection, there's someone there that will hear me and can see that. It's like what we do when we talk about football. If I'm in Mississippi, I'm not going to talk about Alabama. I'll talk about the fact that my cousin was a teacher at Mississippi State. So I use the same thing that I learned growing up in the country and meeting people at church. I use that when I go on the global stage because we're all human and we have to find some kind of way to connect and relate to each other. And when we do that, and I try to know the audience that I'm talking to, and that helps me a lot in making those connections. So a lot of people are seeing the same thing. I get the Times from the London Times every night at midnight, and I read it. They're having sewage problems in the UK. The same issues. So that is how I try to connect and talk about how it relates to all of us and how we need to find a common solution.
The last time we talked on stage was about the film Lowndes County and the Road to Black Power, and it was about Lowndes County and the Lowndes County Freedom Organization and this time in the civil rights movement and your parents and your family history. It might seem to be a bit of a different subject, but to you, it's not, right?
It's not. It's all connected. It's all connected because what is happening in Lowndes County around environmental justice is a continuation of that history. And when I looked at, I think that we're still fighting the Civil War, and people here in Mississippi can understand what I'm talking about. I just remember when I was in Selma and someone gave me a tour of a museum that they have there in Selma. And the person who gave me the tour was showing me the people that had served in the military on the side of the Confederacy that were in Selma. And she said, oh, that was my husband's great uncle, and that was whatever. And I said, oh. So that framed the Edmund Pettus Bridge a different way for me. I said, oh, that was just one of the last battles of the Civil War. So I think it's the same thing. We replace a slave economy with a fossil fuel-based economy, and both of them were inhumane. And we have to find a way out of it.
Are there things, tactics, practices, or ways of framing the problem that you learned from that movement and are applying today?
I just think the storytelling. We have to, I'm one of those kids that used to sit, when I grew up, you couldn't really be in the room with grown folk when they were talking. But I used to listen, and I listened to the stories. And I found that is one way for us to get to know each other. We don't listen enough. We want to learn about each other through social media. You know, we don't even date anymore. We had to get an app to figure out whether or not we connected to somebody, and we really can't get to know that person that way. We don't talk to each other anymore. We text. We lose so much meaning through texting than we do in just picking up the phone and talking to each other. So I think that what I've learned is that we have to do the storytelling. We need to talk to each other more, and we need to not be so defensive. We have to listen with each other for understanding.
Well, I do want to thank you for squeezing us in between everything you're doing, traveling the world. But seriously, thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
And now for a conversation on the new Deep South, please welcome Tressie McMillan Cottom, professor at UNC Chapel Hill and columnist at the New York Times, with Terry Baquet, editor-in-chief, Verite News.
Good evening. I don't know if it's good or bad to be last, but here we are.
Yeah, I feel like that's on us, and I'm not sure which way we're going, if it's good or bad. Terry.
Well, we gonna find out.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are.
So, the Deep South,
Yes.
Georgia, Alabama,
Yes.
South Carolina,
Mm-hmm.
Louisiana,
That's about right. Keep going.
Mississippi.
There we go.
Some folks would say parts of Florida,
Yeah.
parts of East Texas,
Mm-hmm.
South Tennessee, Arkansas.
Oh, now you're pushing it
I'm
for
pushing
me.
it?
You're pushing it for me just a little, but okay. All right.
That's Upper South.
It
right?
is. It is Upper South. Yeah.
So the Deep South was once defined by its dependency
Mm-hmm.
on agriculture, right? Particularly its dependency on plantation type
right.
agriculture.
Yeah.
And, but then it shifted, right?
Yes. With some asterisks, I'd say.
Yes.
But yeah.
And the stereotypes sort of got blurry over time, right? So, you know, Louisiana has New Orleans. Florida has Miami. Georgia has Atlanta. And there are no longer folks picking cotton and
With some asterisks, yes.
all right.
A lot of asterisks this afternoon.
And if you include Texas, Houston is one of the most has one of the most diverse populations ever, right? So, what's the New South like?
What's the New South like? Well, that's a big question. It depends on whose South you're talking about, obviously. It depends on who you are within that South. So when they posed this question, actually, to me and asked us to do this panel, I thought, I don't know if they're going to like what I have to say. So that's my warning. Thank you. Thank you so much. Because you started by, rattling off sort of like the geographic boundaries of the Deep South, for example. There are multiple Souths and always have been multiple Souths. They are shaped by their economic structures, their cultural geographies, their foodways, by immigration and migration. So I'm a child, for example, of the Upper South. I'm from North Carolina, which is vastly different in its relationship to other states and the rest of the world than someplace like you mentioned, Arkansas. We are even different than Tennessee. And then you go further through the South and you continue to see those patterns. So my qualification for the New South is you indicated or you nodded to it in the framing of your question and your setup in the question, which is, it is true for everywhere that you inherit the legacies of a place. That's true everywhere. It is exceptionally true in the American South. And the further south you go within the South, the more true it becomes, right? We are a very path-dependent region. And what comes with that is we don't just inherit like the stories and the institutions and the narratives of our place, but the path dependency of the South, historians and economists have detailed this in great detail, that in the South, we are still very much, our social policy and our cultural relations are still very much shaped by the socioeconomic structures of the plantation economies, which of course are about slavery. But not just that. What we then append to them are the economic structures that we don't attend to after Reconstruction, that we don't attend to after apartheid, Jim Crow. And then we wake up one day and we want a new South, right? What we often want when we say a new South is that we want a break from that historical background. We want to break from the antecedents, right? We want to be able to write a story of this region, of our various states and our places in it, without reckoning with how much of what we do now is built on what we inherited in the path dependencies of our institutions and our culture. So I study and think about higher education and education a lot, and there's this piece I like by some fellow sociologists. I'm so bad at names. Heather O'Donnell, Robert Reese have this piece. Robert Reese, a son of Mississippi, by the way. So of course he does this work. This is, of course, the piece that he would do, because he wanted to show, we still have high rates of racial segregation in our K through 12 schools across the South, and we're all kind of familiar with that. And usually when we talk about those things through social policy or as sociologists, social scientists, we tend to start somewhere around massive resistance, right? And what he wanted to show instead was that there is a better explanatory variable. And they do detail that there is a better explanatory variable. You can look across the South, and it was most true, by the way, in the Deep South, of which they put Mississippi and Louisiana, and in counties, at the county level, in counties that had a high percentage of enslaved people and a very structured plantation economy, right? That better explains the rate of between school racial segregation at the county level across the South than any of the other variables we usually use to model it. That to me is what it means to be from the South, right? This is when you can still explain racial segregation in our school system, yes, of course, again, yes, in response to Brown versus Board, and yes, in response to, the privatization of the school movement. But when you put all of those variables together, and you can still have sort of this like meta variable that better explains at the county level why we see rates of racial segregation in our K through 12 school systems. That says to me that we can't do social policy, we can't tell a story about the South still as much as we would like to start on a fresh page, right? We can't tell a story. Any conversation today about charter schools is a conversation about the plantation economy, and we just can't separate those things, and we shouldn't want to separate those things. So my version of the New South, there's this version of the telling of the New South that we can build this new economic base that will allow us to rewrite who we are in relationship to the world, and very much of a materialist argument. We can build new economic systems, culture will follow, and there'll be this new multiracial South where we don't have to think about slavery all the time. That's really what it is. We just don't want to think about slavery all the time. And the problem with that is everything that you do, when you're talking about residential segregation, well, residential segregation is the effect of lots of things, but one of them is the structuration of school segregation and people trying to maintain that. And so you can't talk about that unless you talk about the role that the plantation economy had in the development of the South. You point out that there have been changes. So that's the asterisk that I mentioned, which is, yes, there have been changes. And I do think that this is important to acknowledge. Because one of my challenges as somebody who considers herself a child of the South and just feels in so many ways I'm Southern, like in so many, all the ways. I am just Southern. It's the place I feel most comfortable. It is the place where I am most legible, more importantly. When I walk across the South, I am legible in a way that I am not anywhere else that I've ever been to date in the world. This is my place. Love it or leave it, and I choose to love it. We have urbanized, our economies do change. We're not a stagnant place. In our national narratives about the Deep South, one of our challenges is how much we do present that story I just told of our path dependency and how much our current story is linked to our past. We tend to represent that as the South doesn't change, right? And I want to be really clear that that's not what I'm saying. It is not that we don't change. We're a very dynamic region. I have argued, I wrote a column once that said, I keep my eyes on the South, in part because it is, to me, the best way to explain anything that is happening in this country, right? I think it makes us better and smarter when we understand the evolving dynamics of the South. You want to talk to me about climate change, as we were just talking about, and they pointed out so brilliantly in the earlier panel? Guess what? I know for a fact you're not getting there unless you solve it in New Orleans. I know you're not going to get there unless you solve the chicken plants in eastern North Carolina, which is where my people are from, right? So I know that there's no problem that we are reckoning with as we, I think, deal with the fact that we are a declining national power without dealing that we have to cooperate with the rest of the world, that if we don't do it in the South. So we are dynamic and we do change. But that is also, again, always with that asterisk. So the New South, to me, is a story that can finally reconcile the fact that there is nothing about the New South that doesn't have a historical antecedent, but that doesn't mean it's dead. History is very much a live and living thing. We are always making it. And so the New South is one where migration and immigration is remaking the population of the South, where we're going to have to figure out our new economic base. How do we make money and how do people work? We are going to figure out how are we going to live here and how are we going to make meaningful climate policy specific to the needs of the South. I think we're going to have to make a case for how do we figure out how the nationalization of politics, what does it mean for the South and our particular needs across the region? So a big asterisk, but that's what the New South is to me, that we have to ask all of those questions without wanting this false start. You know, there is no first day of the New South. The New South is the same South from 450 years ago. We got bigger buildings, which I'm grateful for. You know, we got some better infrastructure. But that is both a linear story and a cultural story that's all happening all at one time. So that's the New South to me, which is a little different than I think the New South that we sometimes want to sell as economic development or something.
Right. So, Obama becomes president.
That did happen, yeah. I remember. I was there. It did happen.
And folks went nuts, but it was, you know, it seemed there was this level of hope. I'm sorry. There was this level of hope. But then Trump became president.
I was also there for that. That's true, yeah.
And there was revealed this level of empowerment that some people sort of found, right? So it was kind of looking at Obama becoming president, but then there became some really strange and scary activity after Trump becomes president, right? What does that tell us about the New South?
I have argued, and you don't have to believe me, it's fine.
I
I'm fine
believe you.
believing myself. Thank you very much. But it's nice if y'all would agree with me. I appreciate it. I have argued that those are the flip side of the same coin, that those actually aren't two different impulses. I think that the same impulse that was excited for Obama's hope is the same impulse that people are reaching for when they support Donald Trump. We think of them as being opposed to each other, and there is a certain amount of reclamation going on. That's what we're in the middle of. We're in the middle of, and I mean barely, I think we're barely right now at the midpoint.
So the hope people felt when Obama became president is the same as the hope people felt when Trump became
Not the same, but they're the same. They're on the flip sides of the same coin, and that coin is to harken back to something that I just said. This need for us to have an American story that doesn't have a history, right? I think some of the hope that people wanted was the fresh page hope. And there's a different kind of hope. I ascribe to a very different kind. I ascribe to something I call pragmatic hope, which is just coming out of the Black Southern tradition of a hope with good works and with good deeds. I don't believe in a hope that falls down from the sky. You know, I don't believe in this big cleansing rain. And so I think some of our exuberant, irrational hope after the election of Barack Obama was about some of what our obsession with turning the page to a new South was about, which was now we can tell a new story, right? We can finally start a story that doesn't begin on, and then the slaves arrived, right? And that to me is when that didn't work, when that didn't fulfill people's need, right? It couldn't explain everything in the world. We still had yawning economic inequality, and we still couldn't figure out what we were going to do about clean water, and we still couldn't figure out residential segregation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Because the hope was based in sort of an irrational exuberance, they didn't see an immediate return on their investment in the turning of the new page for America. It's very easy, I think, for that to slip into the type of reaching for a strongman authoritarian, which Donald Trump absolutely feels. And so you have, for example, a subset of voters that voted for Obama who then go on to vote for Donald Trump, right? I think in part because what they wanted from that wasn't possible. And to be fair, we didn't really tell a story, I think, about that moment that allowed for the fact that this was part of a history of change, a history of social movements that had fought for every inch of social progress at the cost of their lives and their well-being. We told them more of a story of the Ellis Island story, right? We wanted to tell this story of a melting pot story. And the problem with that is, again, it doesn't account for what got us here. And so without that immediate sort of historical memory to reach out and touch, I just don't think that we did the work of doing the important storytelling to tell people that this is part of a historical story. And so Donald Trump is not a historical break to me. He is part of a long story of, you can even see it in the narratives that he uses to reach out to people. He's remixing a romantic story of the South, of the failed Confederacy. You know, he's adding in some extra flourishes here or there, but that's all that is. And so that's also part of our legacy. We also created that. So it tells me one, so I've got a couple things that I think that tells me about the New South. I think there is an impulse here for change and for social movements, but I always knew that. I'm the product of that, right? I always know that. I'm not sure that we all always collectively remember it, and that there is no change, meaningful, sustainable change, without the social movement piece, without the collective action piece. You actually don't get to vote and then let it take care of itself. When you do that, you end up where we are right now. And that's why I think that was easy for Trump to leverage. And so he did take a Southern story, remix it, but I think we left the material on the table.
It's interesting that it was...
Thank you. Thank you, sis. Thank you.
Can we go out to dinner after?
Baby, I think we're going to need to.
As a journalist, having the opportunity to sit here with you, who is so much smarter than I am.
Stop it.
And I'd like to ask you, because I truly want your opinion on this, how can media help change the narrative of the Deep South, the New South, the South, whatever the hell it is?
Yeah. I'm like you, I think, in that, you know, we're often in these rooms where the story of the South is being told, but I'm the only Southerner in the room. And so, and I see that sausage being made, and I'm like, oh, my goodness. So, we got a long-standing sort of problem, which is how we romanticize the South, how we romanticize the South, and that it's easy and cheap, I think, for that to happen. Then we've got sort of the structural reality, which is, I don't have to tell you what has happened to independent media and local media and regional media, the people who do tell the meaningful stories about how the South is dynamic and a place that we're building every day, from the toolkit of the narratives and the ideologies we have, but always reaching for something new and better in a version of that South. So you need money to do that, and I don't want to be like glib about that. The way that media has been hollowed out has also led to a greater nationalization of the stories and the issues that people care about. I spent some time going around North Carolina and South Carolina recently. I'm going back to South Carolina as they prepare for the primaries. And one of the things I do when I do these kind of like drives through is I ask who's covering local stories for you. And my colleagues and I were thinking about, we're doing this forum for journalists across South Carolina and independent journalists. And the stories I hear from them are about how difficult it is, like the stories we heard, I think, earlier today, the midday, about the local coverage of the sheriff's story here in Mississippi. So it's a similar story, which is people are doing the work, but they're doing it without an institution backing them. And I think we have lost sight of just how important institutions are to building sustainable work that people can find and then build upon so that people aren't always starting from scratch. I think we got very agnostic about what institutions do in our culture, and I think we're seeing what happens. The thing that fills the vacuum of institutions is always not so good. Right, so this is where we get myth-making and the erosion of evidence and the erosion of fact, because they're filling the vacuum left behind by the institutions that were allowed to atrophy. And that's especially painful across the South, because the stories that need to be covered in the South always run up against our other stories, our really powerful stories about who matters and who doesn't, right? About race and about class and about gender, about sexuality and about religion. And so there's nobody there to push back against these really strong narratives. And we are in a moment, I believe, and I really do believe this, that so much of the really powerful social movement activism happening around labor power, around unions, around education, around housing is coming out of the South, right? Somebody has to tell that story, and we've got to build the infrastructure for it, and people are doing it. But doing that as an independent journalist is risky work, to say the least, right? And what we are left with, I think we see what the poverty of our imagination when we don't have those people there to tell those stories. What we end up with is a story about the South being, that flattens our regional differences, that flattens the differences, how much race has changed across the South. The immigration that has remade the population of the South is the predicted future for the rest of the nation. Right? What we are doing in the South right now is what they're saying the rest of this country is going to look like in 30, 35 years. And so everything that comes with that is happening in a living laboratory across this South, and you can't get that flying in. And you can't pick up that story and pick up the nuances of what that means. And that is both a story that is important to the South, but I argue it is a story that is important to the rest of this nation. And the story has to come from the people who are doing it. So I want to shout out here some local journalists who are doing that and could really use support. So Mississippi Today, of course, thank you. But then there's a wonderful publication called Scallywag. I think you work with one. I think you work with Veritas. So we've got some local.
Verite knows.
Veritas, thank you. Thank you very much. All right, and so we have people doing that work. But some of the models that we saw earlier today, we need more of that. People not just taking the work from those people who are doing it, but partnering with them to do the work. Because what we then lend to them is institutional backing and legitimacy for them to ask questions that people don't want them to ask, right? And so that's going to take a shift in sort of our journalistic morals and ethics, which is that you don't just scoop up somebody's story and put polish on it, but that you can actually partner with these people as colleagues and do that work. And when you do, it's better work. It's better work for everybody. And so the financial challenges to the industry pushing us to rethink how we do the work could ultimately be good, I think, for the ethics of journalism, and especially how we cover it in the South. But that's only, I think, if we think about very deliberately what we gain and what we lose when we don't have those in place.
I think you're right. I think these partnerships between bigger media organizations and smaller ones allow us to speak the truths that we who live in the South see. I'm from a city, New Orleans, that, you know, after Katrina fired all of the teachers and made the schools charter.
I remember that very well. And then now what do we see happening across the country? There is nothing that is not fomented in the South that doesn't get exported.
Right.
Yeah, we saw the New Orleans model of what they did to public education was a testing ground, one, for the public's willingness to accept it, right? So they stretched us to accept it. Once that happens, you refine the model and it's exported across the country.
You know, and I had a conversation with someone who's around my age, but, you know, went through the public school system in New Orleans, and who spoke about going to a grocery store and actually seeing his teacher in the grocery store, right?
Yeah.
And or walking in the neighborhood, and his teacher may have lived around the corner or on the way home. Mm-hmm. And that kind of, you know, that doesn't happen like that anymore in New Orleans. There are these charter schools where folks fly in and sort of teach and then leave, and you never really get to know them. Their families aren't, you know, friends. And
that's true for education across a lot of the region and across a lot of the country, but especially across the South, where districts that have suffered the loss of legitimacy and financial investment because of eroding tax bases, almost always linked to race and class, right? We've just allowed schools to atrophy, in part so that they can be picked apart by private investment, is what I would argue. I don't think any of that is an accident. Maybe it happened accidentally. Okay, I'll throw it out there just in case, so nobody sues me or anything. But I don't think it's accidental. And that doesn't just erode the educational process, it does erode our ability to build communities and to build places. When people who cannot live where they work, and those people are public servants, they're no longer part of the public, right? Right. So people's fates aren't linked to one another's. Right. And that does make it hard to do the sort of like coalition politics that we need to do, because how do you get people to gather around an issue when they don't even live with the people who will be impacted by the work that they do, right? How do you get the people in the community to trust the people who come in if they don't know how they live? Right. Don't know if you actually believe these values or you believe in us. And so it is a challenge for coalition building. It is also a challenge, I think, for some of all of our other bigger issues. And we've got some really big ones. I mean, we're talking about needing to do a fundamental restructuring of our economic system. or the natural world is coming for us, right? And so those are conversations that have to be had with people who have built a certain amount of community trust and legitimacy with each other. And it's really hard to do that when they can't afford to live where they work, or they choose not to, that we've allowed that to be acceptable, right? And the educational system, yes, is poor, but I think all the rest of us are poorer for that as well.
I got to tell you, I have nothing else.
All right. I will accept that, sir. Thank you so much.
I appreciate this. Thank you, guys.
Y'all.
Please welcome back to...
I think they know me by now. Y'all, what a day that we have had. I hope, yes. We hope today was a valuable experience for you, that it provides a platform for discourse, and ultimately for us to take action. Please take a moment to share your thoughts with us by completing our post-event survey. Your input is very important in helping us shape future programming. For those of you who are watching virtually, you can find a link to complete the survey in the chat. You'll also receive a link to your email directly following the conclusion of the event. If you would like to stick around to virtually network with other attendees, you can do so by clicking the networking button on the side of your screen. It's on the left side. Thanks again to all of our speakers, our editorial partner, Mississippi Today, and to our underwriter, W.K. Kellogg Foundation, for their support of our journalism. For more information or to join us for more upcoming events, please head to atlantic.com/live and mississipitoday.org/events. Thank you all, and see you next time.